And
There's a doggo too.
hopefully there's everything figured out. And yes, there is a doggo. Here, we can have 2 doggos.
No, that one's more behaved
My
than this
doggo's
one.
in the room.
Hey, Daisy.
She's looking up.
There she is. There's Daisy girl.
Aw.
Very
Okay.
good baby.
We're just here for dogs and D and dogs now. D and dogs.
Oh.
And
Dog
dogs.
names
And then
and
there's
D&D.
I mean, I can make that happen
Archie
with wild
Shadow
shape.
moving back there.
More dogs.
No,
Quick.
I want to see your kitty instead. Actually.
Quick, conjure animals. No, but seriously,
There was a shadow moving back there.
here we are. Session 19, Moonrise campaign. You know, a lot of things happened last time we were together. So why doesn't someone tell me what all unfolded?
Yep, so last time we opened up with the boss fight to the encounter that we ended in. That ensued. Kenna went down. There was a lot of just back and forth in combat. And something important to note from those things is the very first full changing of Gwen into werewolfy, which was intense and awesome, and can also end very, very badly for her party members if things don't go according to plan when it happens again. If it happens again, when it happens again. And yeah, it was just combat as combat. Kenna went down, stayed down by pure luck, didn't die, even though her body continued to try and kill herself.
The
So
dice favored Kenna for sure.
I was kind of on the edge for that one, and then the elk decided to go for the werewolf instead of finishing me off. Yeah. After the combat, there was this down piece. Oh, I guess the other important bit from the combat was Lars actually getting hold of the inner Gwen while she was transformed, and being able to pull her towards herself, you could say. So then after the combat ended and the beast was slain, Sir Mordrin, I believe was her name.
Correct.
Made her way up to the remains, took some samples, took stock in the whole situation, and kindly, in the politest way I can say, GTFO'd without killing us. Which then led to the party kind of dealing with themselves and going back into town, so to say. Kenna remained outside, had a neat interaction with the wizard or the mage who travels with Sir Mordrin and the guards when they came out to burn the bodies. The party kind of split ways at the end to deal with their own stuff, have their own conversations. One of them being Nikolai's conversation with his sister, which was interesting to listen to. There was some good information in there. And some good roleplay all around. That's how it ended.
Does anybody have any good little bullet points to stick in that Kyle might not have gotten?
Phase 2 of the crystal has to be gone, as Nikolai has foreseen.
Just a tiny
Yes.
existential crisis. That's fine.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Nikolai had a vision that revealed to him a future where this sentient blood crystal curse, plague, whatever you want to call it, was finding its way into sources that would spread to the populace very, very shortly. And being that he's the son of a duke, and in this duchy responsible for the thousands of people that live here, that is bad news. Anybody else? Anything? Okay.
Hardly hit the nail on the hammer.
Well, the good news is, something else worth mentioning, everyone leveled up last session. I hope everyone's level 5 now. I sent you all, a bunch of new goodies to play with, some upgrades to personal feats and some new stuff. your 5th level, which implies you also now have a proficiency bonus of 3, which means you can have up to 3 inspiration points. As per usual, and because you guys are such good boys and girls and others about your meta homework, you guys almost always start with 2. However, this week, since Gwyn did the written recap, Gwyn, you got another point, so you have 3 inspiration points to start with today. Kyle, since you did the verbal recap, you get another point, so you start off the game with 3. And for including relatively important information when people may have missed things, still worthwhile for a point. So Edelweiss, Odd, you also get a 3rd point to start with. So yeah, you guys are now in that tier. We have 3 points, and so go read over the inspiration document and see what some new things have become available to you.
Pretty dope.
This is where things get fun.
I think the word you mean is funky.
Funky.
In a good way.
Yeah, I'm all about the funk. But honestly, my favorite one is to get down Mr. President. So I'm looking forward to the first usage of that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But that being said, we're gonna get right into the game. We're gonna get to the most interesting part, which was everyone was hunkering down for the night, trying to get some sleep after what was a very turbulent battle with a lot of disturbing implications behind it. However, amidst it all, there is one person who does not have as much luck finding sleep. And that is Miss Gwen. Despite being surrounded by relative comfort, whether it be a warm room to sleep in or a bottle of something hard to drink, sleep this night is difficult for you to find. But when you do drift off into the darkness of in-between realities, you find yourself in a place that is dark, surrounded by tall skeletal trees, choking on this thick, unpleasant, musty air. You can hear things moving and creaking the branches and underbrush all around you. You can hear the howls and yips of hundreds of creatures. And the longer that you're in this moment, the longer and greater this feeling multiplies. And suddenly it seems like just this absolute tumult of bestial energy and this feeling of needing to run and constantly run, and whether or not if it is to be chased or to do the chasing, you're not certain, but your body automatically responds. You begin running, and before you know it, you find yourself not in the form that was passed out in the bed, but instead in the form of the furry, four-legged variety. As you look all around you, you can see other creatures, other animals, other beasts running in these woods. And occasionally, at this rapid gait you've taken, you see some of them just get taken down suddenly. Just the edges in the periphery of your vision. These creatures get dragged down with a very painful screeching yelp. Not
Do I
knowing,
see what's taking them?
You don't. The running never stops. There is never an instant in your brain that tells you it is wise or safe to stop. It feels like it goes on for hours. It is only when finally the forest around you breaks and you see before you what looks like an endless plain of rolling yellow hills. The air out here is much worse than it was in the forest. The scents here burn your nostrils, your eyes water, and there's a constant hissing in the air that you just can't get out of your ears. But off in the distance, atop one of these hills, you can see 6 unusually large animals that are standing. They're silhouetted by the 3 blazing suns that are up in the sky above you.
Any of the other animals make it out?
You're the only one there. Looking across the great distance at these figures, there is something that you recognize in them. And it is when you finally come to the realization that no other animals have made it out, that feeling is kinship. You're not prey. You're a predator. You've survived where all the others didn't. And you've embraced the side that allows you to stay on top. Off in the distance, you hear these creatures let out a series of noises, of howls, of screeches, of barking that shakes the whole world around you. And you can't help but respond in kind. And it is when you finally hear it, it's like 6 voices all speaking together at once. A choir of these snarling, animalistic voices inside your mind that just says, one of us, one of the pack. And you watch as they race off into this endless plain of yellow grass.
She follows.
And you continue to run. And you run, and you run, and you run. And eventually, you wake up. The night went by. You're drenched in sweat. The bottle that you had been clutching, that you'd been drinking, has fallen to the floor. It's broken. You can smell the contents in the air. But there's so much more you can smell now. Not only can you smell the alcohol that stained the wooden boards of the floor, you can smell the sweat of your companions in their various rooms. You can smell the various meats that are being prepared down in the kitchen for breakfast. You can smell how many horses are in the stables outside. You can hear their whinnies. You can hear their heartbeats. And while the sun has not yet risen, when you peer out of the single window into the still darkened morning, everything appears clear to you. It is as if darkness no longer holds you back. You, in a way that you have never before, feel powerful. Like there is no end to your potential as long as you keep hunting.
This is entirely unfamiliar to me.
Yes. And it's worth saying, while you do feel this strength, due to the circumstances of the last fight you just exited from, you did suffer a point of exhaustion, and because you ranked up your affliction level so high so quickly, there was a drawback where you also do not gain the benefits of the following long rest. So any HP you were missing, you did not recover. Spell slots you were missing, you did not get back. Any of your features did not recover. And that point of exhaustion stays with you.
Which is disadvantage on attacks and ability checks?
It's just ability checks.
Okay.
All in all, relatively minor.
Alright.
But despite the fatigue, you still feel very powerful. A strength you've never known before.
She just sits for a minute after looking out the window and just turns her hand over and looks at the mark there for a while, waiting for Nikolai to wake up.
Everyone else, while exhausted and some of you battered and bruised, you receive your sleep. Not knowing what the following day would bring, you still manage to rest. And well. After a while, the smells of breakfast begin cooking in the tavern below, and you slowly begin to hear the activity of this logging town come to life. Off in the forest, Kenna, you likewise have been left undisturbed and have slept relatively well, even despite the harsh weather. So,
Yeah,
what are
straight
some of the first moves people will be taking?
Upon getting up, would my passive insight catch anything different with Gwen?
She probably woke him up. She's having a hard time sitting still right now.
I think that would be
If it's
noticeable.
not leg bouncing. Yeah. Leg bouncing, pacing.
Yeah,
What?
she's seeming a little jittery, but like she's got a lot of energy to spend.
Do you still have adrenaline from the battle? That was hours ago.
I think you could say that, yeah.
Well,
Everything seems a lot clearer this morning. I think I like it.
well. I guess there will probably be use for that. There is something that we need to, I definitely need to discuss with the group. Before I went to sleep last night, I got a vision. One of my forays into the future. This one showed me that, you know, that virus, that crystal? It's it's advancing. Whatever it is, it's moving on to a new stage. It's becoming more. Definitely getting stronger. And we will probably need to deal with that. So if you have adrenaline, it will probably be good.
Good to know. You want me to go get the others? Or do you want to wait until we're all back together?
Thanks for a minute. You can see, like, he got good rest, but when he wakes up, he's like realizing again the situation. So he starts like,
Gwen is making intense eye contact.
Yeah, probably. Let's get the others up. Let's have breakfast and then go out to Kenna.
Roger.
I'd rather discuss this quickly.
Alright. Gwen gets up, strides out of the room. She goes and gives everyone else a wake-up call. Am I not weighed down at all by the hangover?
You don't even feel like you have a hangover.
That
It's like your metabolism is so powerful, it burned through it all.
Poison resistance, poison resistance. Or I mean,
that
whatever.
is a very good time. All right. Yeah, everyone gets a wake up call. Not a particularly polite one either.
I'm listening.
Heavy knocking on the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Come on down. There you go. Nicola wants us downstairs for breakfast. Get moving.
Yeah, so he messaged me and
Otherwise, we'll not open the door, but respond as. Could you bring him up here for a minute? I just remembered I had to discuss something with him.
We don't have
He
time.
won't.
She just walks off.
No, the AD attribute Sam account.
Nikolai will follow out after. Definitely hearing that. Probably get 2 minutes to just get ready, clear his mind as much as he can, and then follow down to the tavern area.
That's okay.
I'll be right back.
So I'll go back to him and be like,
okay.
we need it to match.
Well, then I guess I'll have to go down and, as I gather my few possessions, go tell Nikolai himself that, if possible. I'd like to do it when I still have a room key after all. This is about last night. I
Yeah.
forgot to mention something.
That's the one we actually want.
Okay. Well, I guess we could do it in a room. We could also just go out to kind of discuss whatever you need to discuss with me out there.
I suppose so, if you don't mind anyone else listening.
Probably not. I don't mind. Plus, it's so far as
Yeah,
we can
you're
go
okay today?
away a bit.
Okay. This meeting's probably gonna be an hour and a half, so I will carry on. I'll keep looking at this because I think he works till like 6 usually. And, yeah, like I said, because that's
He
based
will
on previous discussions. That's what sounded. What I
get some
understood
breakfast
the
for
actual
himself.
employee ID.
I'll also do the breakfast.
Okay.
Ryan?
Yeah, Lars will probably make his way down there after a while. The knock on the door probably woke him up, and he's probably a bit tired, but he'll eventually make his way down and join the group.
Okay. When you descend into the bottom part of the tavern, there are a handful of patrons here. Most of which are just participating in what looks like a breakfast that the tavern puts out. At a glance, most of them are pretty clearly hunters. They're garbed in leathers and furs, and you can tell in one corner of the tavern, near the front door, there's several sets of equipment and backpacks that look like people are going to go out for the day. The person behind the bar is not Norval. It is instead a very cheery, plump-cheeked woman with chocolate brown hair that's comes down on two sides and is braided and pulled back into a long ponytail that goes down past her butt. She's wearing a pretty simple like cotton shift, like a green and gold corset. In a long dress. She seems pretty chipper, contrary to most people at this time of the morning. She'll see you all eventually make your way down below. Oh, good morning, everybody. Would I be so bold as to assume you'd like some breakfast today?
Very bold, yes. How much?
Not quite.
Well, I'll be quite honest with you. You're looking a little thin. I think you shouldn't skip out. And if the rumors going around town are true, it sounds like most of y'all have come out of a bit of a very scary predicament. You need to keep up your energy.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably do.
Well, she looks over everyone. There's 4 of you. And, the pooch. Well, I can get some breakfast ready for y'all. Just, grab a table. Get comfortable.
Thank you.
Do you want our keys for the rooms now or later?
I'll take them when you leave.
Okay.
As
will go and
as
sit
we
down.
go over to sit at, yeah, as we go over, Nikolai's gonna go up to Lars while they walk. Here, take this, and he will give you a golden dwarven dragon chain. It is the one that he identified in the fortress. Second. I'll message you the item. This should help. We're gonna need all the. I'm getting my accent back, okay? It takes a little bit to work in. Going to need all the help that we can get, so have this.
Oh, thank you. Every little helps, I suppose.
Yes.
But thank you. Thank you very much. I'll see if I can make use of it. Hopefully not too soon, but see what I can do. I actually, as he goes to sit down on the table, he sits down and calls Portia to heel, and he'll rummage around in his bag, and he'll pull out a pocket watch, and as he'll sit across from you, and he'll just hold this pocket watch in his hand, and he'll sort of get your attention, and he'll say, we've struck up a bit of a relationship with regards to appraising things and discerning things and making use of our abilities to discern the origin of some things and the mysteries of some things. But I have something which I have never fully understood, but I have always had. And I was wondering if you could give me your knowledge and your opinion of what this is. And he will open his palm of his hand.
It's i.e. tripwire.
And there is a beautiful golden pocket watch with a field of poppies and a crow carrying a red poppy over this field. And he'll click the clicker and it'll open. And in it, you can see all the gearing working. And all of it's golden, shimmering, well polished. You can tell that Lars has looked after this. And the minute and the hour handle are all very intricate, very detailed, and very pointy. But in the middle, there is a faint, glowing purple stone. And he sort of openly, puts it on the table and goes, this was given to me by my mother ages ago. She said it was an heirloom that was passed down from her side of the family. And I just want to know if what you make of it.
Well, Oh. Very pretty. He won't touch it. It will slowly just float towards him. Not like obviously, because no.
How do you unobviously float an object towards you?
No, he'll like put an arm. So I'm assuming he like places it, or does he like hold it out like this, or like on the table?
No, Lars has placed it on the table in front of it, well, like in between us two.
Yeah, he'll just put his arm down between it and the rest of the tavern, and have it slowly like float towards him, not going above his arm.
Okay.
And then when it's close to him, he'll look down at it.
Will that be one for sandblasses on one for sure, right?
That's all. After looking at it for a bit, can I see any? Because he said it was glowing slightly. Does it look obviously magical glow, or is it like a chemical glow?
I mean, there are some naturally like iridescent stones that exist. It's not unusual, but this type of stone, you don't recognize at a glance. You are more than welcome to try to make a nature check if you want to identify the stone in particular. Or you can do a little identify ditty, and that might get you some information.
I'll try a nature check first.
Okay.
Doing an upgrade script. If we're on an upgrade script, I can do that.
Come on.
That's right, because otherwise we'll just.
Oh,
shame.
Yikes.
No idea. I mean, clearly there is a type of stone that looks very similar to this one, because it's set into a ring you're currently wearing. But then when you sort of do a bit of a closer comparison between the two types of stones, you can tell that they are actually very different.
This is currently only being tested multi-tier. If we want single tier, that's different.
But no, yeah, this stone seems, other than the close, what looks like a close relative on the one on the ring you're wearing, there's nothing that you can think of that really jumps to the forefront of your mind.
He'll lightly touch it, and then start casting Identify over that minute, very very carefully, and trying to think of the word. I guess reverently is a good way to put it. Touch it.
Mm-hmm. Treating it with a bit of delicacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, yeah. So over the minute, you sort of just, while focusing on the parts you need to telekinetically cast a spell, you sort of admire this this timepiece, which is pocket watches aren't super widespread, if only because they're incredibly expensive. Clockwork machinations are known to come from one people predominantly, which they started with the gnomes. And eventually, over a couple thousand years, a couple of other people started to catch up, and so there are small little pockets of different individuals around the world that do some clockworking. The thing that's very obvious about this is that this isn't gnomish in make. While most clockwork things borrow some things because it's by the very nature it's where the sort of artistry came from, but there are no telltale signs of being gnomish. Which I think is the most interesting part that you sort of observe about the watch as you're, finishing up the spell. But as the minute passes by, and you cast Identify, and apparently this is becoming a Dr. Seuss book, you learn two things about it. One, the person holding the watch always knows what direction north is. And two, there is another spell, another enchantment cast upon it that is purposely hiding a deeper nature of the watch to prevent people from using spells like this to figure out what it's actually capable of. And I will reconfirm the Yes, there's an abjuration magic cast upon this that is hiding its true nature from you.
You'll see him as he's touching it, a slightly puzzled look, and then he'll hand it back delicately. Well, whoever's holding the watch knows which way north is. Quite useful in and of itself. But there's there's something else to it. I couldn't figure out. There's some abjuration magic hiding something deeper within. Deep could be a spell or an enchantment that it's hiding. Who knows? But it's hiding something.
Where are we right now?
In the belly of the tavern, down in the dining area where all the tables and the hearth are set up.
I apologize. I had to get up to help a friend.
No,
Are
it's all
we?
right.
Is the party or the assembled party here?
Everybody but Kenna,
Okay.
because y'all know Kenna was camping out outside the town last night.
All right.
You're currently
That's all I
awaiting
need.
breakfast while Lars and Nikolai are having this conversation.
Gwen's just got leg bounce to the nth degree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lars wears like a furrowed brow and sort of takes the pocket watch back and just says to himself, Mother always had a trick up her sleeve. Do you know anyone who would be able to decipher it?
Do I? Like,
So, well, I mean,
Do-
so
do I
you
know
have
someone
two
that-
options right now.
uh-huh.
You can either just make a roll and try to figure out if you know someone, or you can invoke I know a guy.
Oh. Ooh. You know, that would not be a bad use of it. Okay, I'll invoke I know a guy.
Okay.
Would
Here.
he be, I get like a magical tinkerer then? What?
A mechanist usually. Here we're gonna make this dude right now. You're gonna need at least a D100 dice.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah.
Something else.
So start me off with a D100 roll.
That's a 4.
Sweet. Actually, that
Okay.
one's really interesting. And then roll me a D20.
D20?
Yep.
Okay, D20.
Okay.
Because the current pre-program
So funnily enough,
what will be production.
your observation of this make of the watch brought this person sort of to like in the back of your mind while you were casting the spell, but clearly couldn't focus on it because of casting the spell. But you actually know someone that is a mechanist, if you will, that does work like this, very fine clockwork. That is not gnomish. He is actually he is an elven Nizald, who has apparently honed his craft over a very long life, and lives in Harbor. One more D100 roll, and this one is going to determine your relationship with him. Obviously, higher is better, lower is bad.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. And this isn't necessarily a fault of your own. There is some bad blood between him and the family. Something to do with a land dispute with his family lineage. Because if you recall, Bellwind is all land that was donated by Safanas, the elven homeland. And then, this kingdom developed here on top of it. There's a bit of a land dispute between where his family used to own land and where Safanas donated it, that Bellwind took over. And it happens to fall right into your duchy. So while this individual's done some work for your family in the past, because he's famous, there's a little bit of bad blood between your family and him because of that. But his reputation precedes him, and if anyone would be able to really work their way through something like this, it would be him.
Just for me. You said Elven dissolved. What kind of elf, though?
Honestly, Nikolai doesn't know, so I'm not going to say.
Does he know the name?
Yes, I was literally just getting it.
Hey.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out how to spell the last name. There you go.
Wing it.
Oh.
Woo! 15 more of those tokens to go. Woo!
Hallelujah.
Banka?
No, thank you. But yes, this individual is one of the few master clockwork mechanists in the world that is not gnomish. Resident of Harbor, well regarded, makes timepieces for those who can afford them, and it's basically he is the equivalent to like a Rolex in this setting. It's bling. It's like real bling. But he is, for the record.
The way you said that, I thought
the reason why he's so famous is because not only are they just fine timepieces, he is a mage as well. He can enchant and very frequently does enchant the pocket watches with abilities. So if anything, there actually might be a very good chance that this might even just be a piece of his work. For the record.
just note taking.
Meanwhile, your breakfast arrives.
Oh yeah.
Delivered by the perky, brown-haired woman from behind the bar. Very expertly balanced across both arms, and she sort of just splays it out onto the table. And without having been asked, she supplies a pot of hot coffee and several tin mugs for the table.
Nikolai will give her a gold.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Just for her. Yep.
Well, enjoy. If you guys need anything, feel free to holler. I'm just going to be behind the bar.
Thank you. You know, that piece you have there reminds me of someone. Lives in Harbor. Looks like his craft. If we ever go there, we could probably go to him to discover more. Not only is he a master mechanist, deals with very fine clockwork, he also tends to enchant his work. So, this honestly just looks like one of his pieces, and I wouldn't be surprised. A family of your status would be in the perfect zone to get a piece commissioned from him.
It's true.
Well,
familiar with his work.
that gives us something to do while we're in Harbor if we ever get there. But no, thank you very much. That's good information. That's what I needed.
I could also see about contacting my sister to send him a note, a letter. Or if you don't want to.
No, that is fine. I don't want to burden your sister any more than I mean to with my problem already. But how is she anyway? Obviously, it's been what 2 weeks since we've spoken to her.
Yes. Fine. Probably frustrated, and if she's tired, it's definitely because of me. She got attacked as she made it to Stenholm.
Well, I do hope.
Go ahead.
I do hope she's okay, and he'll start eating his breakfast.
Oh, she's perfectly fine. I'm honestly more worried about the people who attacked her. They are probably traumatized. She is rather scary.
No, you don't need to tell me about scary sisters.
The guy will look around real fast. Does he see anyone that's looking at the group? I was about to say with any ill intent, but like besides, of course, the werewolf, which may or may not be rumored. Is there any else that's looking, maybe specifically at him or Lars?
Make a perception check. And while we're doing this, hey Lars, make me an insight check.
Insight check.
Ooh.
Alright, Nikolai, calm down.
That plus 10.
18.
Okay. Nikolai, looking around the room, perhaps it was just the cadence of the morning, kind of getting things rolling and preparing for whatever today was going to bring. You sort of missed everything in your own concerns, which is a lot of the other people that are in the tavern currently, participating in breakfast, have all sort of been taking glances at the group of you. And it's pretty easy for you to surmise with your big old brain of yours that it was mostly because of probably what happened last night. There were a couple of town guards there. And there were some obvious things that unfolded that would have gotten around very quickly.
Can I overhear any interesting conversations?
Can I?
Both of you, the answer is yes. Which, just at a glance, well, I guess at a listen, the first and foremost thing that's sort of being talked about is what happened outside town last night. Because there's a lot of misinformation, because it's all stemming back from the handful of town guards that were there, and what sort of circulated backwards from them. So a lot of people are just sort of talking about what happened, what other people saw and what they've been told. And you kind of already get that some of it's a bit of misinformation, the classic game of telephone. After it passes through enough people, the story starts to change quite dramatically. But then there is one in particular that stands out, which is when you look over, there's a group of 5 individuals that are, covered in hides and leather. Very clearly hunters. And they're talking about Gwen. And about the werewolf. And about the fact that Harbor kind of has an open bounty on lichens. That is pretty substantial. It's not like a direct threat, but there's definitely like a consideration of would it be worth risking our necks for what could make us rich.
Mm-hmm.
Before you react to any of that information, Lars, it's very clear. We're not talking about the room. We're talking about just sort of focusing in on Nikolai. It's clear he's trying to set a scene to say something to you that feels important. just hang on to that little nugget to see how Nikolai goes through the next process bit of this. So yeah, that's what information the two of you get with your listening around the tavern.
Gwen would just. But how much longer are we hanging here? To Nikolai.
Not too much longer.
Hmm.
Hope. He'll look at you. You know, the eye contact you gave him, he's giving it right back. You okay?
Fine.
Like,
just fine.
insight check. Insight check.
Insight check.
Fuck.
While this is going on, do I see Morris in the tavern?
Morris?
The hunter who helped me get to the fort.
Make a perception check. And Gwen, I don't know what your intention is, whether or not if you're trying to be dishonest, if you're trying to be honest. Basically, if you're trying to convince him, you're fine. Make a persuasion check. If you're trying to hide from him, whatever might be in Gwen's head, you can make a deception check. Choice is yours.
Gwen is feeling peachy, so I'm just gonna make a persuasion check.
Word.
But she's also gonna say, and if this is gonna take too much longer, I might run out to get a few errands done, if you don't mind. I'm low on some supplies, and the horses need to be restocked. That is persuasion?
Yeah.
7.
I mean, Nikolai, there's really not a whole lot to Gwen that really, rings out to you as, guile. It's just, she seems really eager to get moving. You've probably seen this in people that typically experience wanderlust, a desire to not sit still for very long. Just gotta go.
It's different from her general disposition. Generally, she's very sullen, and it's hard to read her, doesn't, fidget constantly. There's something up.
Yeah.
Would Nikolai register it as similar to how Kenna never sits still and always just leaves the group?
Actually, yeah. There is a very similar parallel for sure. But real quick, Omodaheim, what did you roll for your perception check?
A fat 7.
Nice. No, you don't see Morris in the tavern. And he's pretty hard to miss, but you do not see him.
When the conversation of supplies is said by Kenna, he'll sort of like glance up, look over to, and go, "That is something that I need to do as well. I need some supplies as well. So I know we all want to get off as soon as possible, but once breakfast is had, we hand in the keys. I'll be happy to accompany you, Kenna, Gwen, to resupply. There's also some things I need to find as well, some things that will help me possibly make more ammunition, because I'm almost past my halfway point in ammo for this weapon."
Well, if you want to write a list, I'm already done, so you go ahead and get started for you.
Well, before we do that, because I'd also like to get some things too. Let's go right now. We've pretty much finished breakfast. Let's go and have the chats that I've wanted to talk about, something pretty serious, especially about the group's next objective. And then let's go back in. Gwen, I'm unsure if you want to do the shopping, because I have a feeling that if the rumor has spread thus far, sort of like looks over at the people who are talking and then looks back at her.
You make really awkward eye contact with 3 of them, and they all sort of go back to staring at their plates.
I wasn't the Duke, or the son of the Duke. I do so much. You might be, if not flat out rejected, dried of all your coin. If you want to give us a list of stuff that you want, I'm pretty sure Lars and I can take care of it for you if you want.
Sure. She thinks about it for a second, really chews on her lip, and then just. Sure.
Lars sends over Portia to the group of people. Like, goes, hey, just go sit over with them for a sec.
Okay.
And when she gets over, she'll like look for any sort of like any squitches or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Any
Yeah.
bats.
The hunters are very receptive to her.
And as soon as they touch her, Lars will look over to him and go, "If you're wondering about what happened, that is the werewolf." And that's a persuasion.
It's a deception because it's not true.
Okay. Do you want me to roll that?
Yeah. Make a deception check.
That's a 21.
Wow.
Damn.
No.
Didn't expect it to go that well.
I even rolled pretty well, but none of them just have bonuses high enough to really substantiate to beat a 21. Like there's enough of a moment where they all sort of pause and kind of look at Portia, and they don't like jump away scared, but they kind of just slowly retract and go back to their eating. They all got very close, but none got high. None beat a 21, and so the fact that they were so close is just like, yeah, okay.
And then he'll sort of say like, "Are we clear?"
Gwen looks over her shoulder and chuckles at him.
Gwen, when you actually give him a good looking over, there is a moment, because you have, again, your senses this morning are so much sharper than they were the day before. Same with your sense of smell. Combined with your sight and smell, you notice that actually, of the 5 hunters, 3 of them are carrying silver daggers. You can literally, you can literally smell it on them.
Portia here.
Looks over, chuckles, looks back. Hush!
And Gwen barks at them.
No, it's Portia.
That was uncalled for.
Yeah, Portia wants some food, so I just give her some of my leftovers from my breakfast plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were some fried boar slices. Yeah, she tucks in.
Yeah. And then as soon as that's happened, Lars will stand up, grab everything, and be like, "Right then, shall we get to moves on?"
Yeah.
Indeed.
Nikolai will somehow mysteriously flick a gold coin over to the counter for. Was she given a name?
No, you never got her name.
The barmaid.
Mm-hmm. She does have a name.
No. Darn. Sorry, go ahead, Edelweiss. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I hate to impose, but if you can get some basic things, considering my possessions were stolen and I don't really have any money on me anymore, that would be nice. But if not, at least a backpack would be fine.
Hush! I'm sorry.
Rude.
Wow.
You don't
He's
need
just
no
sitting there-
backpack.
It's just sitting there growling at the covers.
Backpack, to rash, bedroll for everyone.
I have my bedroll. I put it in the bag of holding. Cause that, I didn't, okay. I'm just gonna say as quick aside, I did not say I put it in the bag of holding, but reasonably because I was sleeping on my bedroll when that happened, presumably it's in the bag of holding.
Well, yeah, it didn't get taken from you. I had no idea
Yeah.
where it ended up.
I'm assuming it would be bag of holding. I don't think any of the state.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, all the other
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
that you managed to actually keep ended up in there anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. I guess a few torches for everyone. If there's anything specific that you'd want, let us know. I feel like this one, and he sort of nods his head towards Lars. It'd probably be a good haggler. He knows his way around value.
Lars has turned round and gives a side eye to to Nikolai. Like, yeah, I know.
I know I'm good. What of it?
So confident.
So what would you have me do then? While y'all are off doing this?
I mean, what do you want to do? Because with all that energy, and
She sort of looks at Nikolai.
like, I guess scouting couldn't hurt.
The town?
The town, the area around it, just wherever you can get to without either being noticed or being attacked. It's up to you.
Will do. You want that one to follow me? She sort of nods towards Edelweiss. Or are they going with you?
I don't know. Otherwise, what do you want to do?
I don't have any specifics. I'm just trying to think of what I need right now. We'll figure it out after the conversation. If we are having it first. Are we?
Yes, I'd say let's have it first, and then we can. Sorry, and then we can split off. Agreed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Get supplies, come back. Keep yours to the ground.
And then we go from there.
Meanwhile,
We walk to Kenna.
what is Kenna up to this whole time?
Yawning.
Well, it is early in the morning.
How long am I making up for? How much time?
Let me grab my map or my calendar. Those are unrelated things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 8. Hang on, time got weird. Well, it's quite early in the morning. After everyone sort of sets out and gets together, it's about 6:30. I mean, it's not. I guess it's not that early for average townsfolk.
I just meant like, how am I trying to like give you actions that are equal to like an hour, a couple hours?
I guess it depends on when Kenna woke up.
Sunrise.
Sunrise is at 8:30.
Okay, well, how the fuck are people waking up before the sun? That's not right.
People are waking up before the sun because they have preparations for things. Just because the sun isn't up this time of the year doesn't mean it isn't the rest.
Let's see. Yeah, she's just gonna go find food. That's all.
Okay, so like foraging
There's
or hunting.
There's that. I'm gonna use my survival feat.
Okay.
Survivor feat. So both. To be
Okay,
honest.
fair enough. Really, no roll required. You've got time and skills,
Oh, okay.
so you can easily find enough food to feed yourself and honestly others. But you know, because of philosophies, you won't you won't hunt as that much. But
Yeah, so when I forage or gather resources, so I guess it's not hunting. I gather twice as much if there's no roll required.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's just getting together, basically herbs and spices. Edible stuff, really is what it's meant for. Actually, can I ask? Can I make a roll to see if I can get some? If I can find medicinal plants that can be used in an herbalism kit as well?
Sure. You can make a survival or a nature check.
Okay, because yeah, part of that feat is when I forage or gather resources, I can make a roll. I can just roll twice and choose which result.
Okay.
That if no roll is required, I gather twice as much. So I want to do that. I'm gonna roll twice.
Go for it.
Okay, so that was wait. What'd you say I had? I mean, I rolled a 13. What was the?
Survival or nature.
Oh, okay. Let's do survival. Is there a different outcome for each one? Probably. Let's do survival anyways. Which would be a 20 for the first roll.
That's really good.
It's gonna be the 20.
Okay.
I rolled a 4 on the next one, so I'm gonna take 20.
Yeah. No, you can you managed to spend some time this morning, a couple of hours of the earlier part of the morning, gathering things that are edible. But you also managed to find a handful of things to go into your herbalism kit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Right now, all I have is 7 healing aloe seeds. By any chance, what did I grab? And it can be generic if you want. I just to know if I can use them.
Right. Okay.
Or an amount equal to a remedy or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because the herbalism is very generic description.
It's incredibly generic.
So could be whatever.
Although one of the things that I should always keep handy in the back of my head is if there is something in super cool Xanathar expansion for these things.
That is fair. So yeah, either healing or remedial would be one or the other for the herbalism kit. So whatever you want, sir. I'm not picky. Otherwise, that's how she spends her morning, frolicking about nature.
Disney princess.
You managed to find some lichen that is not to be confused with Gwen. That is used frequently in a poultice that will stop blood loss. It basically causes rapid clotting for really bad wounds.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
lichen moss.
Yeah.
Used in poultice to stop blood loss, causes rapid clotting.
Yep.
Is there an amount I should write down?
Yeah, I would say just like enough for 5 uses.
Okay. 5 uses.
And for the record, like if you guys end up in a scenario where there is, it's funny, it's like you're fighting trying to fight a blood plague. If you end up in a scenario where if someone is bleeding rapidly, or if someone's bleeding, every turn or every round, if you use some of that, you can stop that bleeding.
Okay.
So when it comes to just someone bleeding, whether or not if it's narrative or if it's combat based, that will help. And of course, that will also be an ingredient for developing, potions down the line as well.
I'm gonna make a small little thing later for me to have as a chart, like a bunch of checkboxes.
Yep.
But cool. Yeah, that's all. I want to say, so kind of in her sleep, because this is a question for you at the end of it.
Yep.
Didn't have nightmares, but had dreams. And it was more like flashes of scenery between rolling clouds, thunderstorms, a gentle snow, what seemed to be like avalanches and a rock slide, just like these weird natural occurrences, right? Either natural disaster or non-disaster type. What was the weather going into the night and while she slept?
What was the weather like last night?
Mm-hmm.
It was snowing, but not blizzarding.
So just a soft snow?
Yeah.
Can I ask what was the weather like up on Titan's Horn?
Pretty much the more extreme half of that scale, which was it was pretty frequently heavily snowing, if not blizzarding. Like on average, you guys were on average like seeing 2 feet of snow every day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Like violent winds and everything?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm using that to determine what spells I take.
Sweet.
Because long rest, I can prepare new spells.
Mm-hmm. Because druids are cool.
Yep. And 3rd level spells to be in it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. And I think that was it. I really didn't have anything else. She's just gonna kind of frolic about, and then... Actually, while she's frolicking about, I just want to note, does she see any farmland that would belong to the village? This actually was something I thought about.
No.
No.
If only because it is not on the northern side of the village.
Okay. And that suffices for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all. Yeah. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. In which case, the group of you, were you going to find Kenna first, or were you going shopping first?
Can I do some? Yeah, we're doing finding Kenna first. Oh no, can I do something first?
Sure. What are you gonna do?
Well, pretty much what I discussed, which is basically while we make our way to Kenna, Edelweiss is gonna be trying to remember the sigil. I really need to remember the proper vocabulary for that specific thing. But yeah, they're trying to remember the details as they walk. So if I can do my roll,
Go for it.
please. And I'm gonna use my feature to get advantage on it. And if I fail that, then I'll throw another roll in there probably. History, right?
Yeah.
Oh god. I see. I refreshed the page. So much. Hope I didn't accidentally roll several things. I think I did.
You did. You rolled 2 things.
Yeah, but it's the GM, so no one has to see that.
No, they don't. Just me.
That's investigation. It's history anyways.
It is.
Well then.
Yep.
One
So,
more time.
Yep. Hello. Yeah.
That was very loud. Oh.
And as we discussed, there is no great detail that you recall, but you do remember some of the general details of it.
God, all those numbers are bad.
Yes, they all were.
Fine. Nothing I can do.
Although, the thing that's funny, Edelweiss, and if you thought I was going to let you get away with it without anything, you were wrong. Which is, you're trying to recall this really particular detail about something that is incredibly personal to you. But you're doing it by relying on something that you've rarely ever relied on before. While all of you are outside, walking through the gentle snowfall that is falling over the town.
I didn't think they were relying on it. I just thought to throw it in there.
Oh, I never said you were, but you were using it this time to try to confirm some results.
Yeah. I don't want to.
But whether or not if it was because of the chasm that has been driven between you and your family in the past, or the events that have come that have offered with them trauma, you're not entirely certain. But when you reach out for this aid, this confirmation, this image to clarify in your mind, you are briefly overwhelmed by what feels like thousands of voices whispering in your mind all at once.
Because basically we need to know what
And
kind of
even if one or two of them were whispering to you the truth you were seeking, all the other voices drowned it out. And that is why you are unable to recall anything.
And so we were talking about doing a data grid that we break.
Do they know exactly what this is?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I feel like this has always been something you've always sort of known you could do, but you just choose not to because it's
Production.
haunting. And
This is not how I imagined it, but
it's literally what you're doing. You're speaking to the dead.
You've done that.
I'll put the feature in it.
Or by the time we realize it's broken, we'll probably have
All right.
that simulation we have, like we do now, and do it in
You'll, if anyone, I guess perception. I guess because some stupid people have disgusting perceptions, disgusting passive perceptions. You will notice that
Because they might not notice it until
are kind of trying to holding their hand and just kind of trying to trace something, and you suddenly see them kind of wince and just do something like this and just kind of shake their head. And I guess aim all a little more uncomfortable. But take a deep breath and just I'm gonna do a deception check just to see how well. But yeah, 18 for deception.
That's
Just average.
average
Try to
for
hide
you.
it.
Pretty
Average
good
for
for
me.
everyone else.
Yeah, just try to hide it. But that's probably. You still probably have the perception check just to notice them kind of the struggle.
Nikolai and Gwen both would. They would see the physical reactions. They wouldn't necessarily note anything as being off.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. Just because they can notice it as I described it.
But yeah, it's basically their choice if they want to pursue trying to understand it with an insight check. Given that they did see it, that would be their prompt to go, can I roll an insight check? But it's whether or not they decide to or not.
Sure. Nikolai would, because he sees mostly on the wind, if there's any pain.
Alright, insight boy. I mean, that's why your name's Insight Boy.
And also my middling deception check for my usual, which is fine. That makes sense considering.
But, I mean, Nikolai, yes, you notice Edelweiss is covering up a bit of discomfort.
He'll go over. Edelweiss, are you okay? Do you get struck by anything in the fight?
Oh.
You.
What? Oh.
Just making sure. If there's any residual pain, kind of has some type of magic for healing. So does.
I stayed for a safe distance yesterday, so I'm better off than some of our other companions.
Still, just making sure. Small bit of discomfort. I don't know if you hurt anything.
I don't know. I think you're seeing something that isn't there, but again, much appreciated.
Quick scan over with my visionary insight or visionary sight. just making sure over the entire group, right as it is right now, any crystals.
So yes, so no. Well, so you use the ability. You kind of sweep outwards, and you can sense the intelligence of all of your companions, and even a handful of those individuals walking by you. There are no hits of the crystals in anyone that you are near.
Okay. Just checking. Then the
Definitely misread that feature, but I'll fix it later.
But yeah, if you need anything, advice, don't be afraid to ask.
Just a moment to talk about what I was trying to remember that I recalled last night or this morning.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna be long until that. The conversation should probably will probably be quick. So, and he'll go back to his spot in the path.
Okay, so walking through town is pretty easy. Except it's early morning. It's still pretty quiet here. But you do eventually find yourselves outside the northern gates, walking in the direction where you last left Kenna. And it is not difficult to find her. It has never been difficult to find Kenna.
Any more funny looks on our way out?
I mean, yeah, basically, I mean, everybody's giving you guys a bit of a side eye on your way out, if only because, well, you guys stand out. You are not average townsfolk, and you certainly really don't belong to the area here. And even before last night, people giving you eyes, side eyes, would have made sense because you were traveling with the son of the Duke, who is more or less famous in the duchy because, well, royalty or nobility. And that would have been enough reason. But now you guys have a bit of a reputation amongst town, for better or for worse, due to the circumstances of last night.
Alright.
So the short answer, yes.
Good to know.
Lars is kind of uncomfortable with people watching. He puts his hood up to obscure his face if he can. Doesn't want to be noticed.
Is Kenna where we left her?
I was given no other input, yes. In the makeshift camp outside the northern gates of town.
Glad to see you made it through the night. Nikolai, what you wanted us all here? What do you have for us?
Well, as I told you, I got a vision last night. This one was pretty clear. That virus, that crystal, whatever it is, it's advancing. It's moving on. I guess you could say it's moving on to a phase 2. It's finding vectors of making its way into towns and cities, and it's proceeding so with an intelligence that you wouldn't expect. It's cunning. At least I am extremely worried about it. I think we should do something about it. I don't know where to start. But I feel like we as a group need to talk about it.
How exactly is it spreading?
Food. It's getting into the crops of the farmers, and lies dormant in them. Then when they eat it, it transfers to them, and from there you know the rest of how it spreads.
So it's in the ground, which means water too.
any living thing it seems to be able to touch.
The ground isn't living, but can lay dormant until there is something there.
But it,
There's a lot. No, there's plenty in the ground that is living.
and although I got no specific area for where it's happening, it seems to be widespread over the entire kingdom.
So no one's safe.
Nope. That's why I feel like we need to do something about it.
Yeah, so it's basically.
I don't mind playing the hero, but where do we even start? It's.
I think I did that for DLM. I think that was. I made a change similar to that.
Insidious.
Your guess is as good as mine, but we have to do something.
I know
We-
exactly what we
we
can
start- Oh,
Kenna?
Yes, we know where it came from before it corrupted this forest spirit. The direction that the bear came from. We head that way.
we could go back there, see if it's. Because if it was like the crystal before, maybe it's made like acting like an epicenter. But at least this area.
We do also need to figure a way to put an end to it.
Yeah,
We
there's
have
no
to-
promise that.
Go
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was gonna say there's no promise that cutting the head off this snake will be what kills it. At least not from what I've seen.
In my opinion, there are two options. We either deal with it ourselves by finding the source, like many poisons or diseases, there's always a ground zero. And the other option is we find out about possibly releasing the dragon to deal with it. It doesn't like anything that's unnatural, and that crystal blood is not natural at all.
Yeah, they're the Chelsea are coming this way. According to my sister, I did let the Chelsea are going to become a lot more active in Bellwind as a whole. Seems they've gotten wind of the virus and are going to start dealing with it. So while we wait for them to come here, go ahead, sorry.
No, just
Do we have time for them to wait? Or do we have time to wait for them?
I feel
I
like
mean,
if they but I feel like if they have the same conclusion, which shouldn't be hard to get to, they might make some haste to see the dragon and see if it is a possible way to deal with it.
And I wasn't saying that we wait. While we do activities here, waiting or in this area, waiting for them to show up, to then move on towards the dragon, we can look into the town, look into Kenna's idea of going back to the bear. Various things that won't take too long that we could start looking into. We can while we go, he'll look towards Lars. While we go out to get items for the group, we can go talk to the captain. Start organizing the local guardsmen to have better watch and various other things like that.
By all respect, I feel like the captain has probably got more of a handle on this than we have with regard to defending his own place. I am with Kenner on this in trying to find gather more information is what I would call it. The more we know about where it is, the better we can find it, and the better we can discern how to go about eliminating it.
Hmm.
I'm not
Well,
one for rushing into things without knowing the outcome. I always like to plan ahead, so I feel like gathering more information, learning more about it if we can, before making a final decision. Knowing that the odds would be in our favor is always a better outcome than just blindly flailing at something that you don't even know what's going on.
I mean, and while researching it, we can destroy any bits we do find. The more we interact with it, the more we will start knowing about it.
But the problem is the more it'll learn about us, and that's the thing. Eventually, the element of our abilities will become known, and it will work around it. So it's best not to get too involved in attacking it. The more we attack it, the more it'll know about what we will do, and the more it'll implement strategies to deal with us. I feel like more fights we get into it, the harder it'll get.
That's if we have to get a fight, then we should always hold a few cards to ourselves.
I just feel like if it's already over the kingdom as a whole, there's much that it won't know how. There's not much it won't know how to deal with already. If Mordrin has fought it, it's already started to deal with magic. There's not much that we can hide from it. Currently, the information advantage is on its side. Well, yeah, I do agree. Fighting it will let it learn more about us as a group ourselves. For every little bit it knows, if we gain 2 bits of knowledge on it, we can win that fight.
I mean, if anything, we should really have gotten involved more with what Mordrin. She seems to have fought it many times before and seems to have a very good idea of how to decontaminate the area, so to speak. I mean, I know Kenna has an ability far beyond my understanding, and burning things is obviously all well and good. But Mordrin seems to be very effective in doing that without burning something. Sorry, Ken, I don't mean to offend.
Fortunately, I tried that. She's not too interested in throwing them without our lot.
So, she has her business to do.
I'll say.
We'll have
There's a point you're all missing, though. This disease is greater than just living beings. It turns trees, animals, plants. It corrupted a spirit of natural being. A spirit. There's not going to be one way to defeat it. But whatever way you have to choose, it's got to be for the better of everything. So I don't take offense, Lars. Mordred, she had power, and she had her ways to deal with it. But her ways aren't going to fix everything. Her ways got rid of it without healing the entire land.
Indeed, but
for once
how many times can you call upon your power to burn vast acres of land that have already been corrupted?
How much time do you have to watch?
Well, with the way that it's spreading, probably not a lot.
Well, and also at this point, do we have a choice? Whether she can or not, honestly, probably not the question. It's we needs to do it.
I don't have to call upon my I guess you would say being. That's just the strongest and quickest way. It already hates and learned from what I can do with it. But she pauses. Have any of you ever seen a wildfire?
I can't say I have.
Not in
Oh,
recent
dear.
memory.
Maybe a long time ago, but
From a distance, maybe, but
So picture, and she points out to the trees above the village, that everything you see right here is all ablaze. Everything. And you can't stop it. There is literally beyond divine power no way for one person to stop it. It is just like this crystal. The larger it gets, the more unstoppable it gets. Except for, that's an abomination. And fire is pure. If we find whatever's up in that mountain, I can't get rid of it. Could slow it down. Maybe get rid of some of it. But at least my way wouldn't destroy everything forever.
And we do need to get knowledge on it, so maybe slowing it down is good enough for right now.
Also, you had a vision of, you said, of it. Are you sure that the vision is happening now and not a sign of what is to come? As in, are you sure we don't have time to protect the farms?
Was that... Was that vision... Yeah, was that vision, like, the next day, or was it over a course of, like, a week or a month or so? Like, like those...
Just make an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
you're good at these.
Bah. 8.
That's a natural 19.
That's really good.
Oh god.
So, kind of parsing back through the vision you had, Nikolai. So, this is the advantage to being as intelligent as you are. You have a very clear picture of what happened, and you can kind of rewind most of the vision back in your head. And the thing that is most telling is what is being harvested. Given that corn is not harvested in the wintertime.
Fall.
Mm-hmm.
or late summer.
So
So
you have
we have time.
one of two directions, because you're a smart boy, you realize this. You have one of two directions you can take that. You either saw the future, or you might have glimpsed the past.
Yeah, I thought...
Uh-huh. Alright. That's your information.
What's worse?
And go.
You'll see like you'll see him sort of pause, and he'll sort of like zone out for a second as he's doing that, and then his face will just drop. Well, it's not now. It could be in a few months, because what I saw harvested was corn. Corn's not harvested now. It could have been the future, or it could be the future, or it could have already happened.
If it had already happened, why would you have feral animals rushing into town? Why wouldn't it be farther along? Why would it have to fall back on these tactics?
Why
would that
you consider
elk?
that
Could be trying to spread.
Why would the
Could
elk
be.
fall back?
It may not have been a fallback measure. It could have been a form of scouting. It's already, if it has already happened and it's already inside the town, maybe it's getting a gauge for what would happen if it were to, for lack of a better word, militarize. If it were to change all the people it's infected into monsters, what the response would be. Like sending a small troop of soldiers forward to see the response that they get. A probing attack. That could have been what it was. And if that's the case, not only is this far more intelligent than we've realized, it could be far more along than we've realized.
From what we've seen so far, I don't think it makes sense.
Well,
I think
it could
Go
make
ahead.
sense for, I guess, the other regions that are worrying about it. Just because... She looks at it, just because this village of yours isn't possibly already infected from the inside doesn't mean the other ones aren't.
Exactly.
Your vision could maybe pertain just to your region and not the others.
That's also something. I'm pretty sure the climate over Bellwind is not all the same. Because we're pretty far north. Like,
No,
Brightstone's
you're pretty far
north.
south.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
South is cooler.
South is warmer, actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
You guys are... Bellwind's actually not too far away from the equator.
But that's not the cooler. That's actually not the cooler I
yeah.
meant. I like being in the
Bellwind
south more than the
is-
north.
Bellwind is southern piece on continent.
Mm-hmm.
Your duchy is northern piece of Bellwind.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's not so dramatically different between the two regions. It's pretty temperate. Again, I compare Bellwind a lot to the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm. And you just happen to be the Olympic Peninsula.
Yes.
Thank you, Kyle, for real-life comparisons.
Okay. So I'm guessing I can't get any indication of, like, widespread region, like, there's not, like, this is a temperate area, and then the more, like, the hotter area, it was mostly uniform over the entirety, and... Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with your vision and with your history, with your intelligence check, there was nothing of such great detail, because it was very particular what you saw. It didn't give you, like, a broad, sweeping view of the overland first. You were watching the actions that it was taking to plant itself. So you didn't really get to see the greater surrounding area to really get an idea as to where it is.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
so you say that it's using food in farms, crops.
Mhm.
Is this town big on farming?
It's mostly hunting. The farming town is Veskirstin, south. Yes, that's I know the area that I made.
So,
Uh-huh.
so then Ken will look to Gwen. So maybe that is why the animals attacked this. It looks to the rest of the party. If this place doesn't depend on crop food, then it didn't have a way in. Maybe that's why it used animals.
and a hunter won't go after
Because
Sick
it
animal.
has learned that this place depends more on livestock and wildlife than it does on crops.
And
it seems intelligent.
Go ahead, sorry.
It seems intelligent, but it's still learning, which means it has weaknesses.
And if my vision was of the past, that could be an indicator of where it spread from. If it was in the past and it was from Kirstein, for example, it spread north up to here, slowly. If it's in the future, then we may know generally where to focus our efforts besides the animal. Because yes, if it has already spread through the crops and it can't get to towns where crops aren't the main source of food, then it would make sense. It can't spread here without infecting something else.
Did we encounter the bear north of town?
Mm-hmm. Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
And the bear was traveling southward, so we'd have to continue northwest into the mountains. So kind of, when I was tracking the creature, it was coming southeast. It was coming down from the mountains or from the surrounding valley at the bottom of the mountain. That's where we found it.
Southeast would be heading towards the town.
That's where it was going, I
Exactly.
could presume. Or I had it in a general aloofness, in that the bear is heading into the forest out of the mountains because of the extreme climate coming in. Which means very little, except for where we should go look. But I am hesitant to claim this, but I'm curious. I wonder if it also isn't able to survive in extreme climates. Because if it was taking over livestock up in the mountains and then winter hit, and that's when it's starting to come down into the forest, which is what most wildlife does. Most people do. So while y'all go about finding items and whatever you have to buy, I can start heading in that direction, and I can stay in contact with you. You'll just have to keep an eye out for friendly little critters who will look for you.
Okay, and presume if you need help, will a loudmouth husky appear somewhere?
No, it wouldn't, but a very perturbed bird probably will. Of what kind, I do not know. But if a bird lands on your shoulder and continues to peck at you, I am probably in trouble. Especially if it speaks to you, then it's definitely I'm in trouble.
Is there anybody?
I
We're alone now, right?
I mean, you're in Canis Campground. That was a bit northward of the town.
Okay.
Oh, but by the way,
Yeah.
before you go spending your money, she like looks around. I gathered these and starts handing out the stuff that she gathered. I can always find more, but this hopefully will save you time and resources.
Thank you.
Is it fair, Dyer, to say that I was able to get like a ration's worth of each for them?
Yes.
Just, a free ration, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Appreciated.
If you look in the right places, you always can be surprised as to what can be found.
That is extended to every part of life,
Yes.
especially books. Especially books.
One thing I will say to you, Kenna, is if you feel like it's too much to take, if you feel like you're in danger, don't push yourself. You've already put yourself in danger once before, and we don't want to lose you. Well, I don't want to lose you.
I see that.
Oh,
I We'll make sure that I don't get ahead of myself without you around. Without
And
all of you around.
Also, if you meet any hunters out there,
I won't kill them unless they attack me.
that actually wasn't what I was going to say. I honestly felt like was implied, so thank you. But
I would avoid killing action.
yes.
Well, if they attack me, then
You can put them down without killing them.
Exactly, I will put them down.
Without killing
But
them.
she can probably not kill them willingly. But if you try and steer them away from the area, they may not listen to you, but every little bit helps, and having less people affected by this or being near the area in general will help. So if you meet anyone out there,
I have my ways.
yes, and hell, lie to them and say you saw some
They never have to see
deer
me.
that.
You have to remember, Nikolai. Maybe you don't remember. I don't think I ever told you. She stops and thinks. My original purpose was not to fight. I was tasked with keeping my clan a secret. As in, hunters who come snooping get lost. Instead of finding us. Making traces disappear in the blink of an eye. That's what I'm good at. Fighting is just second nature when having to live and survive alone.
Fair enough.
And then she'll look to Edelweiss. And for your knowledge, I only kill those who tried to kill me. And if you've a problem with that, then take it up with the ones who've tried to kill me.
You didn't clarify in your previous statements, so...
And you didn't ask.
Because I assumed, as your statement said.
Yes, if they attack me, then I have no problem defending myself. I do not go hunting Nikolai's people. I don't hate humans. I just wish they were smarter.
Noted.
Oh. That is a very much shared mindset sometimes. Oh.
Well, lovely little moment. Boss, word around town is I'm not too popular, and you wanted me to scout. You want me to follow her, or do you want me to stick around while y'all do your shopping?
Hold on.
Hold on. And camera cuts. And he's gone.
Speaking of camera, you should turn on the light, Hargy.
Devoid of all responsibility.
Yep. Hold on. I have a thought for that. And we take a break.
Hargy, turn on the dang lights.
Alright.
While the human was said, Lars just make.
The only normal human in the group.
Actually, I'm gonna roll to see if I notice that. What is my perception again? 4, 5? What is it now?
That's a good question.
4. It's 4. I rolled a 15. Alright, I noticed. I don't mean... Not all of them, clearly. Just frustrated. You know, I did
Not all
save someone's
humans.
life once.
Well, I'll be glad to hear the story about his later, but it seems like we've got a job to do.
Aren't you there?
Is it break time?
Yes. That was the plan. If only to help Nikolai get a chance to for the internet thing to settle. We're gonna come back at 10 minutes past.
Okay.
10 minutes past. 8-minute break.
Yes, sir.
Me having to ask, excuse me, you're the one who just said, I will kill anyone who attacks me. Bitch.
Oh no.
There
I'll
was.
We're back.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a backup internet, by the way. I was switching to that. Before the internet gets bad, I had to disable the camera to actually have internet. So.
No.
I hold my stance on that conversation. So hi guys, how you going? I'll probably go to the bathroom in a bit, but
Good.
I will be right
I need the toilet in a sec. Bye.
everyone has left.
She's already sitting. Try the ball. Try the ball. The balls are still swinging for her.
Paw. Paw. Other paw. Other paw. Other paw. What drool you have? Other paw. Other paw. Daisy. Other paw.
Wow, Daisy. See
Other paw.
these drool strings?
Yes.
And now try to do the chest tap and point to the floor for the
Who dance? Who dance? Oh, that's a paw. Paw.
That's not. She's drooling. She's sis. I've never seen her do that. What are you doing?
Should come on too now. You're making me do stuff.
What are you doing, Daze? I've never seen her drool like that. They're just like.
The first time we fed her, she Jeez. I always thought the spots on the floor were watermarks.
No, she does drool. Careful, we're freaking like road traps.
All right. Looks like I'm first one back.
She looked like she wanted to play. I stood at the door in a blanket. I stepped into a
Woo.
That was
Hello?
some good.
No, I'm really excited to use Kenna's actual build. It's
Yeah. No, I remembered. You know, Nikolai just has to make sure. You know. Oh.
make sure with what? Oh yeah.
Just has to make sure that the one who's he's protecting with his name doesn't do more bad things.
Same.
You're not protecting me with your name.
Yeah, but I don't want you to do some more bad things.
Oh well. Haven't done anything bad.
Debatable.
No, not really. Not to her, it's not.
Yeah, that's a different statement. It's a bad thing in her eyes and a bad thing in general.
I speak to. I mean,
You've
I will
clarified
stand by
that.
this statement. Kenna has the purest heart in this group, and that's a fact.
Yeah, probably.
Is it because I'm horny? God damn it.
No, it's because your character is completely built on deception, which is not pure. Kenna has the purest heart. She's not lied.
Why is deception on pure?
She's been upfront. She's been honest.
This goes back to the
Pure part. I don't think they're. I don't. How's the word?
No, this goes back to the what does truth mean to your character question.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, I think it goes back to that. It's
So
different
for-
views, I suppose.
For anyone who's interested, if you ever watch this stream back on YouTube, when you go to the halfway point, when everyone's left and I'm walking away from my chair, I do a little dance. Just so you
I
know.
saw it. I saw it.
Oh, excellent. Good. You've seen my moves.
I saw it and I walked away. And I gotta ask that. Do you think I have my violin case? Because presumably I did. Do you
No.
think I need to ask? Yeah, then you guys gotta get one.
Kenna, do you have a backpack? Do you want a backpack?
She definitely has a
I
backpack.
didn't lose any gear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking
Yeah, there's 3 people who didn't lose. There's 4 people who didn't lose their gear, and there's me who lost all their gear. Except the violin, which Kenna retrieved and regrets it.
There's.
But it's fine, because I love it anyways, and I still appreciate it.
Oh well.
Sorry. I hope you enjoyed my feature presentations, by the way. I was really hoping that history check would have come out better. I put 3 numbers in there, and they each were shit.
Yeah.
I was supposed to throw a guidance in there too, but I forgot to establish that, so, yeah. Yeah. What's the other thing?
So did you like cocky Lars?
Cocky Lars.
Full on friendship.
I'm looking out for my peeps.
We are not marshmallow chickens, okay?
I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to stay with Gwen. Possibility?
Not if she comes out into the woods or not.
Yeah. I said I'm wondering about the possibility. That's what I just said.
Can Kenna communicate with animals?
Yes. In more ways than one. I technically can also summon animals, befriend animals.
Become an animal.
Yeah,
Dire.
become an animal.
Dire.
Kenna really is Snow White.
Yeah.
Plus
We
fire.
like it.
Plus fire.
Snow White,
Like
but Diana from Seven Deadly Sins.
Yeah, like a Disney princess was not a wrong observation.
No,
Like
she
it
really is. Really is a Disney princess.
Dire's not here.
Wait, you got that reference, Hagi?
Yeah.
Diana from
Disney
Seven Deadly
princess.
Sins?
Yeah, the giantess. Yeah. I have a very similar moveset. I have a very large weapon, and I can make Earth erupt.
That's literally what I see Kenna as Diana.
With fire.
Fire!
The good news is with being on break is that I don't have to care about the frogs chirping.
I tell you what,
That's
they are some loud frogs.
Yeah, I
will
noticed
not be
that
able
last
to-
time.
I mean, I usually can't sleep with with birds chirping outside.
That's because I live here and everyone else lives here and everyone hears these frogs every night. Especially if you live in the deeper, like more urban parts, I guess not. But yeah, the frogs are a native fixture during the nighttime.
You see, what's normal to me is I live less than 5 minutes from a major hospital. So
Also, I'm one follower away from
ambulance
50.
sirens are like
Yeah, I just got
my frogs.
2 random new followers today for some reason.
If that makes sense.
No.
What are frogs?
That makes sense so much because I used to live in a pretty metropolitan area, and so sirens. I'm already a heavy sleeper. Sirens did literally nothing.
We
slept
can't
through-
get in fine. We're in a tiny town. I can't get the other thing I want. Hey, Dyer, question.
Uh-huh.
The lichens take out the violin from its case because it was gonna be in a case.
As in, did you get the case back?
I mean, if they left the thing untouched, then it should have been in its case.
I mean, you got
And
the
that's
case.
more-
You got the case back.
Okay, there we go. I got a violin case. Good. That's important to establish.
And I went and popped some popcorn because I feel like, y'all are gonna get into some stuff.
Fine. The frogs are chirping. And there's also some bug sounds, but it's mainly frog sounds. I don't know what the bugs are. But
You ready for some even more?
maybe it's
good roleplay,
crickets.
Tyre?
Maybe. No, crickets have a different sound. There are crickets here. One time there was a cricket under my bed, and
Ooh.
I couldn't stop it from singing, so actually it was giving me a headache.
Mm.
I probably have the video still on my phone.
I would be under that bed trying to catch it and free
It's
it.
under the bed is okay. First of all, the room, it was my old house. The house is a mess. Under the bed is a case that has a bunch of legal documents. So.
All right, sorry. My roommate got home. I was talking to him.
It's all
He
good.
didn't know I went to work last night. He was like, "I woke up and saw your car was gone." I
Oh
was like,
God.
"Well, yeah."
We
Wow,
are. Yeah, we're waiting on Owl because she's taking the dog.
You want to hear
Sorry.
that my day was also awful yesterday?
No.
Was it work related?
Yes, that's work.
Oh,
Yep.
surprise!
I'm not-
I'll sum it up. I'm gonna. No. Okay.
No, you can. I just more or less
Sure.
mean like I knew it would be work.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah.
Sum it up. Understaffed, I didn't realize. I also didn't realize until late. My manager, he's like in his 20s, I'm assuming. He looks on the younger side. He's in university. He had a project he had to give for Zoom during his work hours, his managerial hours, which he did not like. He was telling my coworker, like, "Oh yeah, I have to give a project," and he also had to listen to everyone else's projects. So that's great. And I was messaging Dyer about bullshit when I was doing this. Hey, remember when I said someone got burned? They burned their foot, and it
It
got to the
sucks.
point. Yeah, it was boiling water. Boiling water from the chili. For several hours, he was working without shoes because he could not wear socks or anything. He had barefoot.
That's a health
'Cause he was in a
violation.
That's
Yeah,
just
that's a
how you
help-
get burned
Yeah,
again.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Go home?
Yeah.
Oh no, he went home later after they filled a a forum regarding his injury and stuff, which I saw them. We felt
Workman's
super
comp.
behind. Yeah, we felt super. I mean, we were also like, yeah, go home. He couldn't do it anymore, and just like, yeah, no, you should go home. And everyone's like, yeah. They called several people. They called a manager and 3 other people in to help us during the end. I still got home at 12, so that wasn't coming home at 1. But it was bad, especially since the person who had to leave was the only person who knew how to do making of sandwiches besides the manager, which they're filling out a form. So the other person who could do that is really very slow at it. So that sucked.
That does suck.
Hey Dyer.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you have. I don't know if you have this link. I'm gonna go ahead and send you my page link in case you want to take a look at what I have or whatever. I don't know how much you care, but
It's always good to have things.
that
But
way
that
you
being
can
said,
look at this sheet.
Goodbye, frogs.
you know what doesn't suck? D&D.
Most of the
Never
time.
will.
So,
It's always D&D.
we're back from our break,
Yes, hello.
where you guys were deciding where you were going to go cause trouble next.
Oh wait, before that, my aside to Nikolai, I suppose, if we're gonna start breaking.
There is one thing before we do that, because, Gwen, it's up to Kenna. Do you want to go with Kenna? Because having strength in numbers, you two can look out for each other. So it's up to Kenna. So.
I don't mind. Looks over to Gwen. Sure you can keep up?
Pretty sure.
There you go.
Have fun. Well, we won't be far behind them.
Well, if you're not going to be far behind, then I have sorely failed at my job, but I get your point.
And Nikolai, maybe stable the horses for a few days. We're going to be going back to the country where they'll be more of a burden to keep with us.
Agreed.
And she'll give him a pouch of gold to pay for the items she requested.
Oh,
How much?
Enough to cover it.
Okay.
Ah, yes, I'm glad you spent your break figuring out all the costs of the items you're buying.
Kendall will pause. I don't... Nikolai,
Yes.
in one of my dreams, I saw a gemmed flower. Would you possibly be able to find one?
A gemmed flower?
Yes. She'll describe it. Basically what I'm describing is a spell component that has a monetary value. This is my question to Dyer.
Y'all?
There is a spell component that says, I think it's a jeweled flower or a gilded flower or something like that.
Okay.
And it's the same price as another spell component that doesn't... So, all it says is a 300 gold worth diamond, right?
Yeah.
If this was a diamond flower, could I use that one component for either spell?
It would have to still contain 300 GP values worth of diamond.
The other one is also 300 gold. They're both 300 gold, but one of them consumes it, one of them doesn't. So would I be able to use that one component for either spell if I want to cast it?
As long as it literally meets the requirements of both, yeah, I wouldn't see why not. Just, yeah, if you use it for the one that eats it, then it eats it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Which
okay with
would
that.
be... Okay, cool. So then, you heard that, and Nikolai, you don't have to, but she is going to describe what she saw as a diamond, a flower-shaped diamond. And I can cast 2 very good spells if it's 300 gold's worth. If you can't afford it, that's fine, but just keep an eye out for it for the future as well. If you can find one, then at least make a note of that if we can't get it.
Yeah, he'll say, yeah, I can afford that. It's mostly the thing is that this is not the town that would have that much in diamond.
That's true.
I understand.
But I will look out for it because might as well. Every little bit.
Yeah, so the one is a gilded flower worth at least 300 gold pieces, and then the other one is a 300 gold piece diamond, which the spell consumes. So the flower won't get consumed unless it's for the other spell.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay. I made a note of that in my notes. I will look out for that, so... is there anything else before we go? Kenna, you need anything from the town besides the diamond? Any bits?
A whetstone would be nice.
Yeah, that's very much possible in this town.
Okay. we have a crafter in our clan who usually finds them and makes them like reinforced, but I didn't take one with me, and I am starting to need one for my tools. And that's all.
Okay. Anything else? And I'll say this to the wider group before we separate. And there.
That's all you need from me.
Okay. An indeterminate amount of gold to pay for her items.
We'll call it 10.
That.
I'm actually doing the math right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, for the record, on the earlier list, Gwen, which I think Nikolai posted for you,
Yes.
the longsword is 15 gold, period.
Alright, 20.
So,
Okay. I'll put down.
all right, do you want me to give you a more realistic, what you're gonna end up paying?
Sure.
Because the longsword's 15 gold, the riding saddle's 10 gold, the bit and bridle are 2 gold. 10 days worth of feed is about 5 gold. Horse treats, kind of negligible. Traveler's clothes are 2 gold apiece.
We are looking at different lists for these.
I'm literally using the player's handbook, woman.
Wow.
Different lists.
Lars will just say, Look, I'm really good at haggling. I can make sure that your gold will go a long way.
And that part's true. These are literally at cost values. They'll vary from place to place, and and honestly, it depends on who you send.
Oh, sorry.
You know, so
Our
there could be
praise
some
the
variance.
boys. I praise the boys.
That's going to come a
But
T-shirt
before
later.
that-
Just you wait.
Yep.
I can make it happen. So how much do I need to throw in then? 30? 40?
I'd say 40 is the safer number.
Jesus Christ.
Doesn't transmute gold. I don't think it'll help.
Only water to wine.
Go up to Nikolai and look and for now. Everyone's in the party. How is everybody around Nikolai right now? Is everyone around here? I'm assuming, yeah.
I'm
Just
assuming,
I
yeah.
am.
You guys are in the
Yeah.
in your campsite, so I'm assuming you
Yeah,
guys are all
okay.
just sort of huddled nearby.
I am specifically because I need to talk to Nikolai.
Question, DM.
Yes,
Kenna
I'm
has
listening.
Kenna has a healer's kit, I
Yeah.
think, in my equipment. I do. I do not. I do not. That was a lie. I thought I did.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Something that would be mundane is just cloth. I don't need clothing or anything. But I found these plants that can be used as a poultice, as a rub. I just need to be able to, you know, put it on a bandage of types or a wrap. So if you could just get random cloth, that would benefit us greatly.
If I could see the plant, I may have some knowledge on some more uses of it too, or maybe some things I can get in town that would boost its effects. No.
She just opens like you know, like one of the flaps on her pack and pulls out the lichen moss. It's just. I'm gonna take some liberties to describe what it looks like. Is that okay?
Yeah, go nuts. Yeah, it's all on you, man.
It's like a silvery gray moss where the tips of all the lichen points are pure white.
Nice.
Ooh. Okay.
It's when this is just, you know, it's it helps stop bleeding. It's lichen moss. I know the term lichen, L-I-C-H-E-N, is for moss, but I just decided to call it lichen moss.
I noticed. I like it.
Can I make? Would it be like nature or history or something to see if I remember any? Like if I've read something about things that you can make with it. You know.
Nature
Rather
check.
than a
Me as
book.
well.
Yep, nature checks
Yeah.
from our two plant nerds.
Oh shit.
Ha!
18.
I don't know if
10.
I'm a plant nerd, but 21.
Okay.
Unless that could be a no herbalism can't roll.
I mean, it could have been.
Hmm.
They kind of serve the same purpose, though, because I would have asked her intelligence anyway.
Fair enough.
But given the kind of scaling of the rolls being, you know, average to above average to, you know, excellent, the one commonality all three of you would instantly know is that lichen moss is one of the key ingredients to healing potions. It's pretty valuable in terms of its usage, and it's widely used by many alchemists for the, like I said, the common production of what you would consider the average healing potion. Kenna, however, you know, there was an herbalist in your clan that's since passed, that actually used lichen moss for a variant of healing potion. which had the ability to, while it would still replenish energy and help heal wounds, it was also capable of curing relatively mundane ailments. The mechanical explanation of that is someone with the right knowledge and ability using lichen moss to produce healing potions could also have a certain level of over a certain level of healing potion also give a lesser restoration effect to it as well.
Ooh.
So if someone knew what they were doing with it when making a healing potion,
Yeah,
it could
there
also
is
be a lesser restoration and a healing potion.
yes, there is a method in which processing the moss, if you know how to process it in the right way and then use it to make a healing potion, it has the additional effect.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to write all of this down for this fucking ingredient now.
Oh yeah, we're writing an encyclopedia on this book. That's not encyclopedia, whatever. We're writing a book on it.
Writing an encyclopedia
on this book. You know.
Writing a book on this book.
Yep.
An encyclopedia on alchemy would be very useful, though.
It's
We're
funny.
gonna review this book by writing a book.
Mm-hmm.
But a book on a book of alchemy would be even better.
Spark notes.
Yeah, that is what that is, isn't it?
Okay.
Basically, what? Yeah.
Note saved. Now with all of that, I don't have. You said as a person in my clan, so Kenna wouldn't know exactly how to do that right away. But
Yeah,
she
no,
knows
you
that
weren't.
It's possible.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, you know it's possible, but you weren't the alchemist's
Nope.
apprentice, so rather
Nope.
the herbalist apprentice, so you don't know.
Yeah.
But you know it's possible.
Yeah. That's a D100 roll waiting to happen later.
Yes, it is.
Right?
I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of anything else, so I'll get some. You said cloth, some to make some type of bandage.
And
Okay.
she just hands you 5 gold.
Okay.
Money means nothing to her. She doesn't understand market prices.
I mean, that will definitely be enough for cloth. Roughly, how much do you want? Do you want like a pound cloth?
What are we at a deli?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want 1 pound of thinly sliced
Basically,
gauze.
whatever it is for like 5 strips of cloth. I'm just looking for an equal amount of use to the ingredient. I got 5 uses of the ingredient. That's whatever. If that's a silver, I don't care. That's CJ's call. I just need enough cloth for 5 uses. Is all I'm looking for.
Okay. Well, if that's that, otherwise, I know you wanted to talk to me real fast, so we can do that before we head back into town and they crawl like into the forest.
Hey.
Are they here? Otherwise?
I just lose my attention span for one moment, and I didn't.
Yes. Would you like to have that conversation now before we head back real fast?
Yes. If I could take you aside,
Yeah. Sure.
unless you don't care if anyone knows this information, that's up to you ultimately. I don't think it's quite dangerous. So
It's not. If they were to see anything about it, the more eyes, the better. So go ahead.
very well. I remembered that there was this symbol they wore on their clothing. They are Lena elves. Well, many are. There are still many who have come in from outside, born in, who aren't, but
under the light of the moon, this symbol usually appears on some articles of clothing if they so choose. What was it now? And you'll see them just kind of like put their head and just grip their hand, and they are gonna cast minor illusion for where do I throw this in? Game chat?
Yeah, in-game chat's the right place.
Gonna do this basic design. Which I just did in like a few seconds earlier. There's a circle in the middle. It's not. There are 3 eyes. The one in the middle stands for Lena, the moon, as you know.
Okay.
And
Okay,
the
so
other
that's not
2 are of a being that they worship, I would
configuration.
say.
So right now we have it configured to be server
I
/browser
don't
web
remember the
server.
details,
So I want to
unfortunately,
change that, is what you're saying.
but I do remember the basic
We're not
design of
using
it.
browser server.
Something like this.
Have I? This is a long shot, but have I
It's
seen
a
that
long
image or
shot.
that symbol before?
Yeah, it's a history check, and yeah, that DC's
The
high.
So
That
slash
detail at
send
least
is
helps of
Nope.
there's supposed to be eyes. Huh?
Nope, doesn't ring any bells.
That would have been really clutch if you got that, BC. Nothing for me.
What I'm asking is that is lowercase s.
I haven't seen it, but that's useful to know.
Yes, it's just easy to remember of 3 eyes rather than the actual. Oh, and I remember a few other names. Oh. I remember a surname. I think several individuals had the surname Claire, but I don't know. People do move in and out of the group, so couldn't be sure. That's all I have. If sometime I can remember the symbol clearer, which unlikely, I will tell you.
Fair enough.
And
Oh. Dire.
Yes.
Is the place where the bear died within a mile of me?
I might be able to loop him in because, like I said, it's kind of
That's a
weird
toughie.
handoff situation.
It
where,
is.
Like, don't know what I'm.
Because you guys encountered it when you were traveling westward.
Within a mile of where we're at right now?
Yeah.
And then the Sam account
It's
name used
not.
to be
Yeah, I didn't
dash
think it
name
was.
dash name.
No. We were traveling for like a couple hours
Yeah.
when we ran into it.
Right?
So yes, it is not within this range.
That's okay. Just checking. Would have made the next bit a little bit easier.
Oh yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah. The little so-called clairvoyance, you know.
No, I don't know anything about that. You have to tell me about it sometime.
Yep.
No, right now.
Okay,
the
so
one we're using is,
with all of the talking having been talked, where you gonna go?
So this is
Who's
fun
going?
part.
Who's going where?
we're using.
Split the party.
Yeah, I'm guessing Lars, Nikolai, and Edelweiss go into town, and Gwen and Kenna go into the forest.
And then it
Like
reads-
Disney
Jealous of
princesses
Gwen
that
and
they are.
Kenna getting the funner part, and I have to do the fine part.
You could go with them if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah. No
I'm
one's
not
forcing you.
welcome with them.
Who said that?
You can come along.
Go with the moms.
They all
Yeah, you just have to deal with the fact that they have a racist daughter, or whatever you want to consider yourself.
I do
Child.
not think that they want my presence.
Well,
It's up to you.
yeah, you guys have to figure that out. We can't sit here.
Probably gonna go with the other guys because I like them more, and I wish I could, but I really have no reason to go with these 2.
So,
All right. So we head off then.
Decision made. I mean, it was gonna happen anyway, but now it's a less awkward split. Okay. Well, we're gonna get the boring thing out of the way, which is shopping. And it's only boring because you're in a pretty relatively mundane town.
Yep.
Okay. The group of you, Edelweiss, Nikolai, and Almodahine, being accompanied by Portia, will go back in the town and head to the general goods store. Which you've been outside of before, and of which Krista has been a patron of, a very, very influential patron of. Inside, it's a modest store, small window displaying a couple of their goods. Single door off to the right, painted red with a small glass window inset. It's currently shut, but it's only because it's freezing outside and it's warmer inside. Once stepping inside, you can smell, there's a scent of pine in the air. All the shelving and display tables are made out of local wood. The shop is very, very, very well maintained and well cared for. And in the back, you can see there's an older, dark-skinned human who's got an apron on, a bright red apron with some gold lettering scribbled on the front. And he's currently just like putting something up on a high shelf when you guys sort of come in. Oh, welcome. I wasn't expecting anybody so early. I was just stocking shelves. Give me a moment. And he puts down what he was working on and kind of dusts his hands off on a rag he's got in one of his back pockets, and he weaves his way from one side of the store to the other side where you guys are kind of tentatively waiting.
By all means, shopkeep, please take all the time you need.
No, it's fine. I figured if you were here this early, you must have some needs. Please, how may I be of service to you?
We are looking for just general items for adventuring. We have a mental list of things that we need. And just to cut like sort of the conversation short, he'll just sort of like relay that list.
Mm-hmm.
And say like, are these available in your store? Do you have good stock?
We are well stocked, yes. We can accommodate pretty much all of these lists for you. I will have to send my grandson to go fetch a couple of items from some of the other local shops, such as the horse saddle and the bit and bridle. But we have them. Well, the town does.
Good.
And he turns around and just, Virgil, come here, boy. We have some work to do. And a late teens, kid comes out of the back wearing the same kind of apron, same dark skin tone, dark curly hair. It's pulled back into a ponytail. He just sort of comes up, looks standing next to the older man, looks like a spitting image. And he just sort of looks and goes, all right, here, take this list, and you need to go to the smiths and the tanner. Purchase the items there and then bring them here, and we'll handle the rest of the purchase as necessary. And he quickly nods, yeah, right away, Grandpa. I'll be back. He takes the list, gives you all a smile, and then just sort of like rushes out past you.
I'm guessing this establishment has generations of people behind it running this shop.
Well, it does, yes. I've recently come out of retirement. Since, well, my son, who was going to inherit the store, has recently passed away.
I'm sad to hear that.
Don't.
Thank you. This world is an unpredictable one. We never know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, our family was just one of the few that had to be in the way of said path. But I have my grandson, and I am thankful for that.
It's always good to have family to rely on.
Yes. One other point of interest on your list. We have a very small rationed stock of healing potions here. Most of them are typically reserved for the guardsmen in case of emergencies. We don't really have a high demand of goods for that nature out here, typically. So they are a little bit more expensive than normal. But we do have them if you have the coin.
Nikolai will go over to Lars and sort of whisper to him. I don't think we'll need healing potions. Let's leave them for the people here. They might need them more than we can, or than we will need to.
I've already authenticated Canadian facts.
Agreed. He'll turn and he'll just say, my colleague, we will both come to agreement that it is best that the healing potions are left here with you to help defend yourselves. So you can strike that off the list.
Very well then. Otherwise, the rest of the goods here, as listed, and given the consideration of your company, and he gives a look to Nikolai with a nod of respect and a partial bow. You can tell he's got a bit of some back problems, so he can't really do it all the way. But he gives you the deference that you'd expect from recognizing who you are.
So Nikolai will bow back, returning the reverence.
And given your company of the Overguard family, we can most certainly look to reduce the price of this a fair amount to make sure that the traveling goes smoothly. But that being said, the total sum with the goods coming from the blacksmith and the tanners will run you about 60 gold for everything.
Let's see. Yep. Okay.
If Nikolai is starting to rummage through, Lars will hold his hand and go, starting to get sick and tired of you buying everything. Let me buy something for once.
Oh no, this wasn't gonna be me. He'll give Lars the 40 GP from Gwen. This was Gwen's.
Tell you what, we'll split it down the middle. She can pay half, I'll pay half.
Okay.
So,
and just a quick side note, of Kenna's request, there are 5 linen strips that are more or less used for bandages. They're a silver apiece.
Okay, that's what. Is that a full or half a gold? I always think that silver is
5 silver. It's 10 silver for 1 gold, so it's half a gold. Yeah, it's included in the cost. I'm just letting you know that's what you required.
Okay. I'll give him a gold from Kenna's bag.
As for Kenna's other request, he does not have a diamond gilded flower in stock.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is really not the town for unusual spell components.
Lars will gather like all the coinage necessary and place it upon his desk.
Thank you.
I think you'll find that this is all in order.
He takes a brief moment, kind of like takes his hands and flattens out the coins a bit so he can count them all very rapidly. And after about 10 seconds, he just sort of nods. Yes, this all looks like it's here. Very good. And then he quietly piles it back up, and then he'll pull out a small lock box from beneath the counter, take a key out from his pocket, open it, and he'll begin depositing the coins. And it's right around now. Several minutes have passed. You'll hear the front door open again with a gust of chilly wind, and his grandson, along with a larger, very red-faced, bulbous-nosed individual who's just got this big raccoon fur cap on his head, comes in with the horse saddle over one shoulder, and he just sort of comes through, following the grandson. All right, Granddad, we got everything on the list. I was just getting some help from Jonas, given there was so much to carry.
Like this is.
Oh, thank you. Just put it down on the counter here. And the large man does, looks between everybody with a huge smile and just kind of nods, and then very silently, but with large, heavy footsteps, just walks back out.
Right.
Well, thank you very much for your business.
No,
We shall make use of these items, and I hope everything goes well with you and your shop.
Thank you.
And stay safe out there.
Indeed.
You as well.
To get rougher every day.
Yes.
A platinum piece will be pulled from Nikolai's bag and left on the counter. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your son.
So like here.
Yes. It is appreciated, Mr. Overguard. Thank you.
And thank you for treating me and my companion Slice, and also my sister.
Yes.
Previously, this was Brazil.
He will bow deeply to him.
Yeah. So I think
May the Father watch over you in your travels.
which wasn't-
Be safe.
Oh boy. Okay.
And
Gather all the stuff.
yeah, you guys get your, you get your big armful of shopping bags, and you head out.
So this is where we go. Okay, quickly look around. Opens bag of holding. Pile in.
Yeah, you just shove it all in. I like to imagine it's like they went back to like putting stuff on the stocking the shelves in the store, and just went to the end of the countertop, and it was like, all right, Lars, hold the bag there, open like this at the end of the thing, and then Nikolai just goes on the end and just like sweeps it all in like this.
Like, it was all very quick too. So they look down. The shopkeep looks down for a second, looks back up, and
It's
we're
all gone.
leaving with no items in
Yeah.
our hands.
Yeah, it's just like,
How many rations did we get?
whatever number y'all were looking for.
Let's see.
I did a rough estimate from what everyone put in Discord.
So just to clarify, I get 4 rations. I restock my water, which that's easy to do. A tiny bell, and materials/tools to make ammunition.
Yes. Those. So the materials to make the ammunition is actually one of the larger reasons why the stop at the blacksmith was necessary.
Yeah.
You got a set of blacksmith's tools, and 4 iron ingots.
4 iron ingots.
Yeah, which between those 2 things and at least a hot enough source of fire to work some of the metal, you can start making ammunition. Your bigger struggle for the future is going to be making gunpowder.
Yeah.
But that's a different problem for a different time.
Literally a different bomb.
How much would the iron ingots weigh? Would you say?
Hang on. There's a measurement for that.
There's a measurement for everything.
Da, 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 da.
Also, I need to put that
That's the
tool
document
set
from
in
Moonrise.
my
This was the-
tool proficiencies.
Oh, it uses the same ones.
Do you have proficiency in it? Otherwise,
No.
otherwise you wouldn't add it because you're not
No.
proficient.
No, I wouldn't. Sorry.
You just have it.
I have Tinker's tools.
Yep.
But if he continues to use them over a long period of time, could he work on getting one?
He can.
Oh,
I know.
Wow.
magic!
Whoa.
The power of D&D.
Who'd have thought? Doing something over and over makes you better at something.
I know.
It's the issue.
Let's go to the interesting part.
I wish that's how it worked in real life.
Going to the interesting part?
Or doing something repetitively and getting good at it. Because I feel like that is how real life works, but you know, neither here nor there. And to answer
I
your
don't know, there's things I keep doing and I just still suck at it.
well, I didn't say everything works. And to answer your question, Moldahain, each ingot weighs about 20 pounds.
Throw it in the bag.
Yeah, they're hefty. They are hefty.
Yeah, Lars throws that in the bag. It stays there.
Yeah.
And what was the tool? Sorry, because I blanked. What was the tools that I've got for making shot, so I can type it down?
Blacksmith tools.
Blacksmith, thank you. There we go.
Yeah. Before we do jump cut to the other group, was there anything else you guys wanted to do in town? Visit anybody else? See the captain? Anything?
I suppose when Lars gets outside the shop and we're sort of like about to turn around to like decide what we're gonna do, Lars will just say to Nikolai, is there anything more you would like to tell me about regarding what we discussed this morning?
He'll look around again. Is there any shady figures looking at the group?
Perception check.
Wow.
Wow.
Seven.
There are people around. I haven't moved the time at all, but time has moved.
We got some shady Owen Wilson.
And the town is coming to life as the sun is rising in the distant sky. There are people around. No one that you see and would go, man, they look like they have questionable intentions. But just average town folk going about their business. So you're not alone, but you're not worried about anybody.
You know, I'll tell you while we travel through the woodlands. Yeah. She did get attacked and she's fine. She now has.
Yeah, I just restarted it, so it's just come up.
She now has.
If it doesn't look like it wants to restart, I can do it.
Nah, he psyched himself
a
out.
full
He's not.
replay. Sometimes it hot deploys.
We'll talk on the way.
Okay. I
just
don't
avoid
want
that
to
problem.
push you for it. It's just I had a feeling you had more to say on the matter, and I don't want it lingering on your brain. We need you focusing on what we're supposed to be focusing on, and not things that might be clouding your judgment. That is all. I know how much of a thinker you are.
It's my default. I think about a lot of things at the same time. It's honestly that for some reason actually helps deal with the whole, existential crisis. It takes my mind off of it. A manageable threat, you could think of it.
For me, it's shooting, not shooting people or it's just in the moment of shooting. That's my moment of clarity.
Shall we be on our way?
Sure.
Yes. There is one thing. This was real quick. Don't need to RP this. Is Nikolai would like to stop by the captain and tell him have like have guard patrols check food supplies, like if any caravans come in with food, or anything is hunted, or I guess like berries foraged, things like that. Have guards check them.
Oh, yes.
Because that crystal can hide in them. He will tell that to the captain.
What is he checking for?
The proper
Is what he's gonna ask.
I'll stop this so that I don't have the same issue.
What did it? Oh, that is also another thing. Back to the vision. What did it look like? Was it like a bead of crystal just in the food, or was it?
Well, that's the problem. It didn't look like anything.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, look out for animals with blood in them.
Okay. Yeah. Then he wouldn't have gone to the captain with that, because like, hey, look out for this.
Yeah.
Well, what does it look like? I don't know.
Because you learned the following day, or the day previous, pardon me, Mordrin said it is capable of containing itself within a host and not showing signs of infection. She said she's encountered people that are infected that don't show signs of it. They act like themselves.
Which is terrifying.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Relevant.
Yeah, then he would... Again, Mind Sight, like every person he passes that is within that 15-foot radius of Mind Sight, he's checking for any extra organisms that aren't the natural intelligence of the person.
Fair.
But yeah, he wouldn't go to the
Yeah,
captain,
I mean,
so.
there was a lot of people, kind of milling about in town. Nothing trips your alarms. When you guys are passing through the town square, you do see on the southern side of the fountain, the captain and one of his guardsmen that are there. They both have like a hot tin mug that's steaming, and they're just sort of standing there in the center of town, like taking sips and keeping an eye on everybody. The captain will, sort of catch all of your eyes as you're walking around the fountain, going northward, the opposite direction from him. He'll just kind of catch everyone's eyes and just sort of watch.
Nikolai will just respectful nod, and then
he nods back.
Away.
And you begin heading back out of town, hopefully to find where your other party members are going to. Flash cut.
Yep.
Gwen, Kenna.
Hello.
Gwenna, if you will.
Gwenna.
Where were you guys going?
Northwest.
Northwest. All right, you're just going north.
Moving back.
What is the goal?
Is it back towards where we saw the bear?
Yep. Retracing back to the bear's area, and then also continuing in the path that it came from.
Okay, so you want to find where it was and then start following where it came from.
Because I was using locate animal from where it was headed towards us from.
Yeah. Okay.
And if it helps, I don't know. I think me and Gwen both have this, but the Outlander feature for backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because y'all are both edgy outsiders.
Look, man, I remember that tree, dude. Oh, I know this tree. This was the bear tree.
I know this tree. It speaks to me. This is Greg.
But what about these rocks?
No, the rocks don't speak. That's crazy.
You don't know.
Alive.
I do know.
Hush.
Thank you very much.
It's not what my crystal collection says.
Yeah.
So, like I said,
I want to head that direction.
Yep. Like I said, you guys can try to make your way back there. I'm still going to ask for survival checks to try to narrow down the location, because again, it's been snowing very heavily, and it's been a little bit of time since you've been there, so there's been a lot of changes. So hit me with a survival check. Again, either one from each of you or one person with advantage. Take your pick.
One for each.
One for each.
Rolled a 14 plus a 7 for 20. No, 21.
21. I was like, yeah, I'm like, hang on a second.
I'm gonna use an inspiration point to re-roll that because I'm sick of rolling terribly tonight. Ha! Not much better. Nature?
Nature. No, survival.
Survival, that's
Survival.
better. 17 total.
Okay, both are still pretty good. So with your collective outdoorsy knowledge, you basically find the place you left from originally, and then begin heading in that general direction again. And it is not through trying to follow pathways or trails or tracks, because there's just been so much coverage from the snow in the last 10, 12 days. There are more landmarkers and trees that you guys are looking for and following to guide you back to where you went. And given both of your backgrounds, this is easy enough to do. If it were just Gwen leading, you guys would have gotten to the general area, but it was Kenna whose eyes were more keen on everything at the time, because you guys travel a lot at night. And Kenna had put dark vision on herself, allowing her to see very well at the time. So she remembers many more details than Gwen did, who was limited by torchlight at the time. Eventually, you do find yourself back at the clearing where the bear had been scorched into non-existence. And it's even pretty obvious to tell exactly where the bear died, because amongst the high snow, there is a large divot in it, where the snow didn't settle for a period of time, and then started to settle.
Is the skeleton still there?
Do you want to dig through the snow to find out?
I would assuming that we're not just moving right through, I would stop and brush snow away to see if it was there.
I don't know if I left bones behind, but I did.
You left
there and burn it all down.
You left bones behind because this was before you had the spark bearer trait.
Right. Yeah, I was just making a stomach campfire.
Yep. Yeah. There are in fact skeletal remains beneath the snow. Which is different than what we had before. They've kind of like there's pretty much nothing holding the bones together. So they've all sort of just fallen into various directions into a large pile. At a glance, it's become very obvious some of the larger bones have been chewed on by some creatures.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Gwen.
About how long have we been traveling at this point? Like, what time of day is it?
From when you've left the outskirts of town to here.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was about this was like 3 hours out. Oh, geez, let me go find those notes.
Yeah. Except for we were moving at slow pace, whereas right now I am moving at full speed.
Yeah. Same.
Okay. In which case, it would have taken you guys half the amount of time to get here. So you guys have probably only been traveling for like 90 minutes. Because you guys are just
we had a blizzard
hoofing it
at night and a whole party.
Yeah.
Whereas right now we have the exact opposite of all of that.
Two of you well acclimated to the climate and able to push really hard. So yeah, you guys get there pretty quickly.
So there's not really a scent trail to follow on this thing where this bear came from.
Oh no.
Absolutely not.
Not even close. Not any. If there was ever a chance, you would have had to have done it when it was still fresh.
But is there any way that I can focus any sort of hunter instincts that I have on the remains of it and try to discern where it came from, what direction it tracks its path?
We had a lot of blizzards.
Innately, no. If you want to use your D1, if you want to use your fate dice for the day, the D100 dice for the day to try this, you could.
Last time I used my D100 this early in the day, I really regretted it. No.
I know the general way it came from because I was using locate animal the whole time.
Yeah.
It's true. Kenna did.
Yeah.
And locate animal's got a pretty broad net.
5 miles. I tracked it for 5 miles till we found it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Nope. If I can't, I'm good.
Okay. Well, you know that it came down off of the cliffs. Cliffs. It's more like what's the word I want? Like an embankment northward of you guys. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, for you in particular, Kenna, you know it was coming from the northwest. But it was on a trajectory that it didn't like veer directly from the mountains and then straight down. It looks like it had been traveling southward for a time, just kind of following the further edges of the mountain.
Yeah, kind of like just trying to find natural ways down from the high places into the woods. It's not like a straight shot to town.
Yeah.
It's like a lumbering bare wood, aloofness.
Well, it's also worth mentioning, it also was avoiding using any main roads. Because while it's not as developed out here as it is closer to the capital of Stoneholm, there are certain areas, because duchies are connected, there are some areas that have roads that would have offered it pretty much, overland travel without any of the fuss of having to deal with terrain. But it purposely chose to travel through the wild.
Yeah. It was looking for more things to infect.
Sounds like
unnoticed. Stealthiness. This is all Kyle saying this, not Kenna. Well, I know which way we can head. We can kind of look for traces. While we're here, if I look around and I take, let's say if I take 10 minutes to meditate and focus in, can I sense or see any disease in the trees? Even if inspecting the trees, can I see if any of them are like diseased or wilting, or if they have like branches that are dying off unnaturally, or maybe not unnaturally, but like uncharacteristically?
In and around the area where you guys fought the bear?
Yeah.
Okay. You could. And after the 10 minutes have passed, there are no signs of anything unnatural occurring to the trees.
Well,
Is there a way around that embankment that won't take a big chunk of time to find?
Well, there wasn't really a good option southward. You'd have to head a little bit further north to try to find one. But you think it's almost always going to involve some form of climbing. This spot isn't terrible as long as you've got, like, honestly, between the two of you, I think you'd be fine. But as long as you've got, like, rope, you could probably easily secure an anchor up there as long as one of you can climb.
Well, let's continue. I think if we continue from where it came from, we might be able to get a better idea of maybe it's corruption. Just keep an eye out for any more animals that might be turned. And question, can I use Spark Bear to a limited degree? Am I able to control like how much I want to blow something up a fire? Like if I was to put my hand to a tree and use it to just burn my hand imprint into the tree instead of lighting the whole tree on fire, could I do that?
You could do that, yes.
Okay, like yeah, I mean like to like keep power back instead of like fully igniting something.
Well, yeah, because I mean, Spark Bearer itself is minimal, as in it's one of those. If you want to burn something, you have to hold your hand there long enough and allow the fire to catch, and then it will, as fire does, spread naturally. But yeah, if you want to rein it in, so you can, as you've suggested, burn a handprint into a tree, you're capable of that. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to do that.
Okay.
I'd like to find one of the more sturdier, larger trees in the area that has survived weather events, and just put my handprint right about chest high for Kenna into the bark.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
This is the one I'm expecting to.
You will sear a handprint into the bark of this tree.
And I think we should continue forward.
Gwen nods and goes to scramble on up the incline.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet. We still have to go to the forest. It
Yes, sir.
came down. Wait, what?
You're in the forest? Question
Isn't
mark?
that where the bear is?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I said
We fought
continue
it.
through the forest.
Well, I mean, you're in forest.
Yeah.
Outside of the town is basically just all forested. from the west.
Well, I was under the impression that we're not at the embankment. Like we have
thought-
to get to where it climbed down.
If you guys are where the bear's body is, the embankment was like less than 100 feet northward from there.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
'cause-
Okay.
Okay.
Because he jumped off of it.
Yeah.
Because like
Gotcha. Okay.
now I can resolve. And it's
Yeah,
not
I just continue to climb up it then and continue northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to follow. I'm trying to remember where I sensed it being and relatively a similar path taking. It won't be exact, but Kenna's trying to go a similar direction.
I will take another survival check.
I'll help.
At advantage.
14 again, plus 7, 21.
That's wonderful.
I was almost going to use an inspiration point till you said advantage.
Yep. Given the input that you've received from the spell all those days ago, you managed to find a pathward, a path that is easy enough for you to follow. Given the relative size of the bear, you can actually kind of use that knowledge to figure out the path it took in reverse, since it could only possibly fit through certain areas in this relatively dense forested area. And so you get a pretty good idea of where and how it would move through any particular area at one point. And even if you guys kind of have a straight line, you kind of realign to keep following exactly where it went. And you guys travel overland. And we have a bit of an overland, Lord of the Rings styled montage of you guys, hiking through the woods and going over hills and crossing over creeks and things of that nature, while off in the great distance as the camera zooms away, looking at Nikolai, Mordaheim, Edelweiss, and Portia, who are just kind of hoofing it now through the dense snow on the exterior of Dire Yacht, trying to catch up in your wake.
At some point, Gwen goes wolfo and is following along beside Kenna and her wolf as a wolf instead of as a human, as a people.
Not a bad idea. And Kenna will use her newfound feat. Oh, so thankful for CJ. Called Scout Forms.
You're welcome.
Which allows me 2 extra wild shape. So I can wild shape 4 times, but the extra 2 are only to CR0 creatures, basically for scouting. So I wild shape into a deer that actually has 50 feet of movement normally, and begin to go.
Question.
Yes.
So what this is telling us is that ADF.
Actually, no. Dumb question. Forget I asked.
Is connecting.
Forgotten.
Can I keep up with you?
That's still a
At 50
question.
feet?
I can work with that.
If I mean, at full speed,
I
I'm.
can do some digging and play around it.
You're 50 feet per second.
Where it's not per second. I mean, travel
Or-
time is different than combat speed, right? Like,
Yeah.
A bit lost.
moving at full speed, without stopping for breaks as a deer is going to be faster than Kenna, but, is it 100 feet, 6 seconds? Not always.
Yeah, well, like I said, and a wolf's natural speed is 40.
Yeah.
So you would be at 45. So relatively speaking, you guys, between the two of you, you can keep up pace together.
I think the deer would only win in trying to jump or climb something, because
Agreed.
they're naturally good at that.
Agile.
Yep. Otherwise, yeah, they'd be similar speeds.
Okay.
Alright.
So this is the most important question, because you guys are hard separated for a while, because the group in the rear will never catch up to the two of you. So I need to ask,
Can we even find them?
how long are you guys going to travel, and what are you aiming for? Because the original goal is kind of nebulous. It's very wide to interpretation. So what are your limitations?
Kenna's initial goal is to retrace a similar path that the bear took, looking for signs of either the crystal, as in like, not the crystal specifically, but plague, disease, maybe affected nature, that she might assimilate with it, even if it's not the crystal's fault. it could be something else. But the elk talked about how there was a plague on the land in the forest.
Right.
When she talked to the spirit before it was corrupted. So she's looking for signs of that. With the idea in mind that this blood plague, which corrupted the bear, is tied to whatever corruption the spirit was talking about, because the spirit sent her to go kill that bear instead of trying to avoid it. So she's, in hopes, is trying to retrace that general path that the bear took, looking for those signs. That's her goal. If she finds any of that, if she finds or sees any of those signs, she's going to stop there. She's not going to keep on going.
Okay.
But her plan is to go either until they hit the mountain, like start seeing, ridges and a separation of vegetation and like a lowered amount of trees numbers, or if she finds signs, because she'll wait for the group in the mountainous area, or she'll stop where there's signs and send a message.
Okay.
That's her plan.
And I'm going to keep my eyes, nose, and ears open for any signs.
Okay. Then we're gonna kind of just set like a large, wide net for your time. I want perception checks at advantage from both of you. And we're going to see what you can see over the course of a couple of hours.
What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a 12. Okay, so I rolled a 17 and a 12. And you said perception?
Perception.
17 plus 4, 21.
You like your 21s today.
Yeah,
Kind of actual inner monologue. The fuck is that?
I couldn't tell if that was a 12 or a 10 on the second roll that I made, but it's a 12.
See, perception?
Oh, yep.
I'm spending a inspiration point for reroll.
Oof.
Don't do what I did. Don't do what I did and roll the 2, 3, 2.
Did you just roll a 1 on your reroll? Oh no.
But can I take any of them, or do I have to take that last one?
Technically the way it works, you get to pick from any of the 3 dice you rolled.
I'll take the 8 for a total of 11.
Nice.
Wow.
These guys
Okay.
don't like me tonight.
Clearly not. 11, pretty snappy. Pretty snappy.
Compared to the 3 I would have had.
Yeah. Well. Gwen, over the course of these hours, as you are, just sprinting along through these woods alongside Kenna in her deer form, you are partially caught up in the moment. It's very reminiscent of the nightmare / dream you experienced the night before. But there is, it's not as overwhelming. It's not as all-encompassing with that level of discomfort from not being able to breathe. The air is cool and crisp. You can smell the earth and the snow and all of the animals and creatures around you and just the liveliness of it all. And you just kind of run, and you're taking in a lot of details. But nothing that seems unusual. If anything, everything feels so natural, it never sets off any alarms. Kenna, though, as you and Gwen are just trucking along through the woods, there is a point you reach where there is a ridge. And it is a ridge that, at first, Gwen has no problem going down, but when you stop and you kind of peer outward from it, you can see off in the distance there is a large river that you can see is kind of flowing downward from the further part of the northern mountain range. And clear as day, growing out of the bank of the river is this large blood red crystal. Twice as large as the one you encountered in the forest.
I don't like that one bit.
Mm-mm. Nor should you.
Revving that now. Busy.
Saving the world, Remy.
Yeah. Revvy's the key to this.
Yeah. He is endless. He is the endless void in which you will throw this curse into.
How far away are we from this massive monolith crystal on the riverbank?
Several hundred feet.
Okay. Did that take longer than however many hours my deer wild shape would have lasted?
Oh, true. I mean, well, yeah, it would have taken about 2 hours, so roughly the time your wild shape wears out.
So yeah, we'll see this, and then Kenna is gonna just shape back to herself.
Am I still moving? Did I miss it?
No, you're sharp enough to have noticed Kenna's stop.
Okay.
So you'd be like partially down, that slope, and then notice, oh wait, Kenna's still up there. And like like a dog heavily engaged in their zoomies, like really kind of dig into the dirt and spin around and do a 180.
Yeah. Slap her paws down like she's waiting to figure, like she wants to play.
Go ahead. Points to Crystal.
Hackles go up.
Don't go down there. Can I see if it's somehow corrupted the water, poisoned the water? Poisoned the well, so to say.
From that distance, with your 21 perception check, nothing looks unusual about the river.
Yeah, okay.
Like, the river hasn't turned red.
Yeah.
It just looks like, cold, flowing river. Mm-hmm. With a giant crystal growing out of its bank. Yeah.
At least we found something.
She huffs.
Turned the bear. Well, I guess I should let the others know. Trying to describe where we went is going to be easier than trying to describe where I am, if that makes any sense to you.
Absolutely.
And so I would like to ritually take a breather, put my bag down on the ground, and I'm going to ritual cast Animal Messenger. Actually, I have to look around. Do I see any tiny beasts around? Within eyesight. They actually there's no range, it's just within eyesight.
Yeah,
Can I see any tiny beasts?
Fine, both of you make perception checks.
Okay. Not the greatest.
Can you beat a 10?
13.
Yes, you can.
Well, yeah, so you guys both do.
Okay.
Are you looking for something in particular, Kenna? Or just a tiny beast?
Bird.
Yes, there are 2 or 3 birds that are just sort of chilling up on a branch.
Okay.
But there's also like a small snow weasel that's nearby. It's kind of like just scampering through the snow, vanishing, and then reappearing. Looks like he's searching for some nuts that are buried beneath the snow.
Let's see. Given time, given travel distance.
Gwen chases the weasel.
Well, can't use that one now. I'm going to describe the physical appearance of Nikolai.
Okay.
To the bird. So I'm going to ritual cast Animal Messenger, and I'm going to choose one of the birds up there. I'm going to choose the one on the far right for funsies.
Sure. White feathered, got little like black spots. Looks kind of like a snow owl.
So after the 10 minutes, her eyes will emit a small light from using magic. It's just being a 2nd level spell. Yeah. And we'll just begin to speak in Druidic, because why not? That the bird will understand. And I need you to find this man, describes Nikolai. Head towards, and then gives the course of where the city is, that direction. Outside of there, on that path, you should find him. Will you tell him? And then I describe how we got here. Moving northwest, over an embankment, towards a flowing river, water source. Would I know that we're relatively north of the fortress?
Yes.
Northward of where the fortress would be. I have found one of the blood crystals twice the size of the one we saw originally. We'll wait for you to appear. Oh, we will wait for you to arrive. And then I look at the bird. So please, be safe, fly fast, and come back. Because apparently when the spell ends, the animal returns to the place that you cast the spell. I did not know that originally, but if the animal doesn't die, they like magically or just they know exactly where to go back and they go back home. So, so the bird will be back.
Sweet.
When Kenna is done talking, Gwen hands her a weasel. It is still alive.
Kenna, you can add +1 weasel to your inventory.
All right, I will name you Sprinkle.
No, but yes, but no.
Do not. Sir.
Keep him, he was a gift.
Sir.
No.
I will not be as generous. I will absolutely kill that weasel.
It was a gift.
I will take the weasel. Well, thank you for this. I will give it a pet. You will be free. Here, go on. And I'll put it back down in the snow.
And it scurries the hell away really quickly, making screeching little weasel noises as it goes.
Covered in slobber.
It gets like 50 feet away and sticks its head back up, looking back in your direction. The weasel will remember this.
What?
Hmm?
What?
Huh?
Gwen sees it look back and just like slaps her paws on the ground.
It runs.
But besides that, yep, that's what she does. After casting the spell and seeing the bird fly off, she is going to then look at Gwen, be like, well, wait. Just be patient. And I would like to use 10 minutes to do Hunter's Ambush, making this area advantage in stealth checks.
Sure, you got the time.
So, and then that's it.
All right. So the snow owl has fluttered away, carrying with it your message. A great distance away, the party of city boys and individuals who don't know how to traverse the wilderness as well, I feel like maybe there was an oversight in this decision making, are now traipsing through the snow on their own.
I rolled a stealth, and without rolling advantage, I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Just
Somehow, Kenna just goes invisible.
Plus
Gwen
2
helps
for
with
22.
God. Gwen helps with the preparations to the area.
Mm-hmm. Mostly a lot of digging.
She's good for that.
Yep.
We're fucked.
So while you guys have been, as I politely said, traipsing about in the snow, westward of the town, trying to find your way back, I want all of you to make a survival check for me.
Realizing that, oh no, our navigators our wilderness girls aren't here. Nikolai's gonna cast Future Insight on himself to give, I believe that's the right spell. If that is the right spell. To give him, I'll do 3d4. Yeah. Hey!
Wow.
That's really good.
Nice.
So, survival check. Oh, that's even better. I'm gonna add that.
All right, brain boy.
Somehow suddenly better at survival than these two.
Well, I'm probably going to spend an inspiration point to re-roll that. That's better. I'll take that. That's a 12.
I see. I don't want to know what the other one was, if that's the better choice.
I think it was a 6 in total.
Well,
I was hoping that the compass would give me help.
Well, it does. But, knowing which way is north is just that way, It really is with a little bit of help from Portia and a lot of bit of help from Nikolai's supernatural abilities, to more or less, when you cast the spell, Nikolai, what happens is you sort of have a glimpse of a vision of your past, where you traveled through this way before, and much the way Kenna identified her way through here. You kind of, if you guys have seen the movie Limitless or the television series Limitless, which I actually quite like a lot, you basically have a moment where you have like perfect recall for having walked through, even though you might not have been paying any attention to those details, your mind retained them all. And through this, you basically get an opportunity to recall all of the details and landmarks that you saw, despite the fact that the snow has covered most of the things that would have been lower on the ground. And through this, you manage to guide yourself back to the clearing where the bear had been slain. And while it's still snowing, it's not snowing heavily, so you can see that the area where the bear was slain has been disturbed, and you can see some of the bones, mostly just like 2 of the rib bones that are just sort of jutting up out of the snow, where they have been cleared a bit, and you can tell there are footprints that have come through this area. And then as you guys are kind of just taking stock of everything is when you notice the burned handprint on the tree that leads towards the embankment. It is around that time when the fluttering little snow owl, you see it just kind of flying high overhead, and then it looks like it's diving, like it's an owl hunting for a mouse. And it comes diving out of the sky, and about 20 feet or so feet away from you, it kind of stops and catches itself with several beats of its wings, and then it just kind of lands on your shoulder, Nikolai, where it will deliver Kenna's message in Kenna's voice.
I can see through the future, and that is weird. Huh.
Wise guy.
Well. We should probably quicken our pace and get to them. Roughly what time is it now? Like, how many hours until sundown?
Wonderful question. It is, so I'm following your timeline for now, Nikolai and company. It's about 10:30 when you get to the clearing.
Okay. Do you guys think we could make it to them before it gets too far into the night?
You have about 5 hours of sunlight left.
I think so, and we should try, considering it's better.
I think we have plenty of, I think we have plenty of time.
Okay, let's go.
Just and as we're running off, Lars says, "I hope she never, Kenna never does that to Portia. I will not be able to get the voice out of my head."
'Cause you could. That is very funny. Okay. That being said, what kind of travel pace are you guys going to set?
Fast, honestly. That's my opinion.
We said it pretty fast. Now that we sort of know the general direction where we're going, try to catch up to them before nightfall.
Lord of the Rings running montage.
Yeah, basically. All right. So you guys are going to engage in a fast travel pace.
Indeed.
Going over land, hoping to catch up to your compatriots.
Does everyone have their snowshoes that I made them?
Yeah.
I think the reason why we wouldn't have, like, keep them in, especially Nikolai, because he has the bag of holding. He just slots them in there when he doesn't need them. Open to anyone else that would also want to do that.
Yeah, we have them.
Thank you.
Okay. With the rough directions delivered by the owl, and a good idea as to the direction you are going in, and following up on Nikolai's 30, you guys manage to eventually make your way up the embankment by traveling a small amount and then finding the opening tracks of where you can tell you follow boot prints to a point, and then the boot prints become those of wolf paws and deer hooves. And you just see that they've vanished. And not by vanished, but I mean they've sped away. And that instantly tells you that the pace they set would have been a lot faster than any of you possibly could have kept up with had you been with them. It takes all of you through mostly good weather and a little bit of luck through decision making on the different paths to take. Because there were a couple of times where you reached an area where you saw the direction that their footprints went in, but it clearly wasn't the most advantageous in terms of advancing yourselves. For the sake of time, the decision to take the best path sped up your course a little bit. It does take you guys about 3 hours to get there. Which is really good time, given the environment you're traveling in, the terrain, and the way, like, how dense the snow is. But you guys just have a lot of things going in your favor right now. And you manage to reach what is this bottom of a steep hill with several trees dotted along it. And Kenna, you're just sort of dug in, right? You're just kind of waiting.
Yeah, she's kind of, like, you know, commando prone, you know, keeping an eye on the water and the crystal. You know, snow's already, like, started to fall on top of her, you know. Just kind of in there. And yeah, it's just making as little movement and noise as possible, you know, unaware of how sentient the crystal it is without a host, without a body. Being that it was able to communicate, you know, between it and the cremator, or to us telepathically, I think she remembers.
Yep.
So she was trying to hide and kind of be unnoticed,
right,
but keeping an eye on it.
And what about your slightly more energetic companion? Where is Gwen?
Yeah, Kenna would have been, like, trying to keep her, you know, calm and quiet, and she has advantage on any stealth checks within my area, for the 10 feet area. That's up to her, though.
What would you have said to her? I'm curious.
She said that we have to remain calm and patient, wait for the others to get here.
She would have been tempted. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
She would have been tempted to go do other things, but sticks it out with Kenna for the most part. Sort of rolls around in the snow a little bit, gets comfortable, and maybe takes a nap.
Fair enough.
But I do have a question. Can I smell the crystal?
Not from this distance.
Okay. The winds aren't blowing that way?
Nope.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, she does a little bit of observating and then takes a nap.
Okay. That being said, after some time, I guess it's several hours later, both of you, given your passive perceptions, you hear what sounds like the approach of a group of people from the south.
I remain stealth.
I also remain stealthed.
By the way, go ahead and make a stealth roll.
Oh.
It's at advantage if you're within Kenna's area.
I am. I'm probably just laying next to her or something. It's dice. It's not my fan today. Stealth?
Yep.
12.
Nice. Alright. So, Nikolai, Maldahein, Edelweiss, and Portia, you're at the bottom of this slope, ascending. This is, Nikolai, this is definitely what sounds like to be the slope that the owl described to you.
Okay.
Although when you kind of get there, you don't see anybody. But then you have a moment where you hear something. Your very, keen senses kind of picking up a sound off in the distance, and it just kind of sounds like an occasional like, womp 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 womp. It's probably when Kenna kind of finally notices that Gwen's tail is wagging and hitting like a nearby tree or rock or something, and making a mildly percussive sound that Nikolai is listening to.
Stop it.
Do you guys hear that?
She doesn't even know she's doing it. But she stops when Kenna tells her.
The thing that's really funny is the fact that no one else in the group down below has a passive perception sharp enough to pick it up except Nikolai.
Yeah.
What's passive perception? Never heard of it.
Do you... Sounds like a rock hitting something?
Mm-hmm.
Or something hitting a rock? I don't know.
It's coming from up the slope.
But are we there? Are we here?
Here,
I think...
wait.
I think so.
You guys can hear them, by the way. You on top of the hill can hear them down below, now that they're speaking.
Where is this embankment? Does it hide us from the crystal?
Or
does it hide us from people coming behind us?
You're basically on top of a small hill.
Okay.
Where one side, if you were to go down it, it's not quite sheer. It's got a very slight incline, so you could climb up of it. You can climb up it reasonable, but trying to go descend it would be dangerous in this weather. Otherwise, it's sloped on the back end.
No, I mean the ambush that Kenna's had set up.
Well,
I'm assuming that's like a mound of snow, maybe.
Snow and branches, I suspect.
Mm-hmm. So, are we looking over it at the riverbank?
Kenna basically did a snow angel, and then rolled over on her stomach, and then just let all of the snow fall back on top of her.
Oh.
Yeah,
Area.
that's funny. To answer your question, Gwen, you guys are at the top of this slope, and about 500 or so feet on the sheer side. It goes down, further down the slope, down the hill, to where it levels out into a small flat with more forest, and then there is a turn, a bend of the river, and it's up the river.
Okay. Hearing Lars pipe up, Gwen, her ears go straight up, and she looks back, and Kenna has about a split second before she goes dashing down that hill.
As soon as you stand up, Kenna's gonna snatch you by the scruff, and then do an animal call to try and get the party's attention. Be a bird call.
But are you grappling her?
It's up to Gwen as to whether or not if Gwen wants to let it happen.
Yeah.
You can either go narratively, haha, that's funny, and you'll let Kenna do it, or if you really don't want to be stopped, you guys can make a contested check.
Kenna can have this one.
Okay. So Kenna grabs Gwen by the scruff, and then lets out a bird call.
Snowy owl.
Yep. And Nikolai, your passive insight, you are sharp enough to realize the correlation between those two things, which is Snow Owl delivered a message, and that is the call of one that you hear. And once more, it is ringing out from the top of the hill. You're starting to suspect your companions are up there. Gwen?
Kyle, do you know the guilty look that Congo gives when you don't let him on the couch? Yeah, that's the look that Gwen is giving you right now.
The sympathetic dog look. Why did you do this to me?
Yeah. Just wanted to go see my friends.
Well, I guess they're up there. Let's more hill.
Yeah, tired of running already.
I could take a rest after.
It's going to get dark in a few hours anyway, so might as well.
What is one more hill anyway?
A pain on my legs. That's what.
Alright, so you're going to set up camp at the bottom of the hill, and the other two are going to set up camp at the top of the hill, and we're going to end the session there. Cool.
Hiking up.
We're hiking up. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I heard a lot of belly aching.
And no, I said we can. It's just one more hill. We can rest afterwards.
It's a lot of aching, but we're gonna go through the.
Yeah. Just because you complain about something a lot doesn't mean you don't do it.
Yeah.
I find most people actually don't do it. But
No, I always.
eventually, you get to the top of the hill. It's not that long. You know, it's not like you're climbing a mountain. It's just a hill. When you get up there, I'm about to say, you guys don't see anything where you're surprised. You don't really notice Kenna. But there is a moment where you can tell there's a section of snow that's been heavily disturbed. And there's an area where it looks like, you know how we referenced snow angels earlier? There's a small section of snow that's been swept out like this.
Uh-huh.
And you can tell there's like another section of snow nearby that's like kind of jittery, like you can't sit still. But then,
Slightly moving.
yeah, kind of noticing that. It's when you get to the top of the hill and you're like, oh, okay, you're starting to figure things out. Nikolai, it's when you sort of glance out over the edge, and you see, to your horror, that enormous blood crystal off in the distance, in the riverbank.
The tail wagging starts up again.
The snow is excited to see us. We should probably go greet it.
Kenna just hears everything and just lets Gwen go.
Gwen just explodes out of that snow. And goes to see the party.
At what pace?
Fast. Fast.
You see Edelweiss just like go like, and just like
Dog.
jump backwards.
Dog is
like,
approaching
away.
at rapid speeds.
They will jump out of the way as soon as they realize. I mean, as soon as she gets really close.
Lars is just walking up, and like if she runs past, Lars will just stroke her like along the back, but keep walking forward towards the edge.
Yeah, she does laps around everybody. Just happy to see you guys.
Oh dear. Where's Kenna?
Gwen just sits down. Just wags her tail and sits down.
Gwen, if that is you, where is Kenna? Please point us out where she is.
At this time, CJ,
Mhm.
DM, Kenna would have tried, as they were like approaching and let Kenna go, or let Gwen go, to run towards the party,
Mhm.
as like a small distraction to try and like crawl away, from her area, so that she
Kenna's
can,
feeling playful.
so that she can come up to them from a different spot.
There is another stealth check required.
Yep,
So make me another stealth check.
16 total.
Okay. This goes mostly unnoticed, but unfortunately, Nikolai is very observant. And Nikolai, you would notice his movement.
When Lars asks Gwen to point out where Kenna is, Kenna just sort of, or Gwen goes and paws at the area where Kenna is not anymore.
There's a moment just like paw, 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 and the snow falls in.
Wine.
There, Nikolai will say, "One moment." He'll pick up some snow, form it into a nice ball, and throw it at Kenna.
Makes no noise, just takes the hit.
I think it's reasonable that we all turn our heads.
You know,
You just hear a voice from the snow without seeing. Don't you know the meaning of subtlety? And then just like stands up out of the snow.
to anyone else, I just hit a pile of snow. That's. I could have hit a snake going through the snow, you know, from the snow snakes.
Quinn is excited to see Kenna as well.
DM, I
Yeah.
need you to make a snow snake now. I need you to make a winter acclimated reptile.
Is that anything like a sneeze snake?
Do you realize what you're asking me to do?
Burrowing speed, don't do
That's fine. I've got magic as an excuse. I can make anything real.
Just some crazy wizard with nothing else to do.
That's how owlbears came around. In the
That's
official
how
setting,
we got
anyway.
I approach the party.
Good evening. Afternoon.
I
We
see
are-
what you mean about that.
Yes.
We are kind of tired after fast-tracking our way through. Thank you for the message. It helped a lot.
Anytime. If we want to make camp outside of eyesight of this crystal, it would be probably smart. We can head down to the bottom of this hill, away from it.
That would be the best course of action, I feel. Camping, making
And
sure
you said
we have
it-
a plate.
DM, you said it was a couple 100 feet away.
Yeah, it's about 500 feet away.
Okay. And that's from the top of the hill, right?
Yep.
Okay. If we were to make camp at the bottom of the hill in the opposite direction, would that add like 100 feet or so?
About, yeah.
Cool.
And whoever takes walk can come up here. With the-
You're breaking up real bad, but I think you're saying we can take watch at the top of the hill to keep eyes on the crystal.
yeah, and hide it.
And your dog is standing in for Gwen noises.
Perfect.
The hunter's ambush feat
Yeah.
doesn't state a time frame.
Correct.
Does that mean that everybody who takes watch in it will get their advantage on dexterity saving throws or dexterity?
As long as Kenna will take some time to build something that isn't more than just I cover myself in snow. Yes, it's completely interchangeable. It will survive as long as it would take for it to naturally decay in the weather.
Okay. So yeah, before they leave to make camp, she'll kind of make like a brush hideout.
Mm-hmm.
Make a using a natural vegetation to then make a spot underneath it. People can like sit down, put a bedroll down and lay on it
Mm-hmm.
if they want to go prone.
Mm-hmm. I know one person who would really like that covered nest.
Yep. That's what made me think about it.
I'm sorry. How far away is it from us?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys are all now together at the bottom of the
Camp
hill,
making.
setting up camp. So the $1 million question is, how are y'all gonna be comfortable sleeping out in the cold wilderness without any tents?
Igloo.
I thought you guys got a tent.
There was no
I
tents
knew I
on
should've-
any of those lists.
I knew I should have checked it or put it in my thing. Ah, guys.
We can build a shelter.
Yes.
I'm mad at myself for having considered that the tent, and I didn't write it down because I was like only thinking for myself, and I was like, oh, there's some other things I would get for like the group, and then I didn't write it down.
Time to chop some wood.
Look,
Snow
I'm
shelter.
just saying because it's a team that came up. Oh, but there is also one thing I would like to do. Before I forget again.
Fire, shelter,
Hmm.
windbreak. Whoopsie daisy.
I mean, I can
Fire?
either go through every single step if CJ wants me to, or I can just say we make a wilderness.
Is
camp.
Dire muted or just not?
Yes, I was muted. Having some daisy problems. Not really problems. Just yeah, anyway. I absolutely believe Kyle and both Kenna would understand how to make a good shelter to be out here. I just want to check an understanding of how many people are going to be involved.
Yep.
Gwen will shift back to human to help.
Yeah.
I can
would
divvy out
help.
the tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just more for
And there's
time's
the
sake.
expert.
I didn't know if DM wanted me to actually do all of that, or if I can. So, or if he wanted just to believe that I could.
No, I mean, I believe that you can. Like I said, I just want to know how you guys are going to go about it. It's one of those, if you guys are, like, trying to do it in a particular time frame, then I'm going to ask for, like, checks, and there's going to be DCs. Otherwise, if you guys take, like, an hour with the whole group of you, with both Kenna's expertise and Gwen's expertise, you guys can just set up a suitable shelter in about an hour's time.
I was thinking the whole camp could be set up in an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take an hour, the whole camp. We can make 2 shelters, and a fire pit, and a snow wall for wind.
And we do have time. So.
Or do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said a couple hours until nightfall.
Okay. Well, yeah, so nightfall is from after the hour of setting up camp is an hour away from there.
Exactly.
Okay.
But yeah,
You can
no.
add some only touches.
With
we set up camp.
with all of you guys participating, and with again the expertise of two people who like to rough it, you guys can build a very suitable camp to survive out here.
I just rolled another natural 20.
It's the best camp ever.
Oh wait, survival rolls for everybody or just for
No,
him?
we're not. I mean, I
No
didn't
one
need
was
rolls
rolling.
anyway.
I was
Okay.
just rolling to see personally, and it rolled on a 20.
Okay,
Best camp ever.
sounds about right.
Yep.
Only thing is we have no tarp, and tarps are very useful.
You've got some strips
We'll
of
have-
linen.
We'll have to. No, we'll have to buy a tarp next time.
And tents.
Nah.
No, tents are good. We might need tents in a later
Uh,
time, like a desert.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's just it.
We
So
can-
tents less required in environments like this, where you can build shelter out of the environment more easily. Whereas in deserts, you can't always do that.
Well, in a
We're not-
desert, if you're in a tent, it's just gonna cook you alive. If you're
We
in a
know
tarp, it's a
how we
sunshade.
y'all.
Yes,
we
we were
discussed
there.
How we would make it work in a desert.
We were all there. We all know.
We all know.
But you still
We
need a tent.
suffered the pain.
Still need a tent to do it. Anyway, you guys are set
Might
up.
do a thing.
Squirrels
Okay.
for dinner?
Doing a thing.
Just a thing. Because before I forget again, during when we were doing the whole camp situation, at any point I am near Gwen, setting up things. I would otherwise would just utter, I see now why our companions put so much faith in you, and that's it. Unless Gwen wants to follow up with anything.
It's okay, Daisy girl.
Haven't given them any reason not to.
Just a nod of acknowledgement of her statement.
Gwen probably moves off for a minute to find something else, and she went for, I don't know. She seems a little bit less excited about everything for just a minute.
This is all I wanted and more.
Yeah, we know you like to see Gwen suffer. What
yeah,
else is
if I
new?
can't. I don't have any friends here, so might as well keep myself entertained. Anyways, I was honest about that, or was I? Who knows? He didn't check.
So,
Squirrels for dinner?
we have our rations for food. We have a campfire. We have places to sleep. We need to divvy out our night watch, and that is that.
And do it before the side path.
I'll take third watch.
I can go first.
Seeing
Okay.
as how the you say that your nest might deteriorate over time, I feel like I could be better at acclimating myself to it later on and taking advantage of that. So I'll take the last watch.
I'll take second.
I guess I'm not taking any of that.
I mean, just because the 4 necessary slots are required doesn't mean you can't not be awake for a watch.
You could double
Or
up.
full sleep.
Full sleeps are nice. They will still try to do trance again, but yeah.
Okay, so we're all agreed. Let's eat, let's drink, and let's get ready for the night.
Gwen spins a bit of. Go ahead.
Let's push back our sleep a little bit. Give it a few hours into the night so that we don't. I guess ruin the sleep schedule that we do have.
It'll be best if we can wake up closer to sunrise for those of you who can't see well in the dark.
I can see
Yeah.
just fine.
Oh yeah, that is a problem.
So,
Yes, but they can't.
I haven't got any magical powers seeing into the dark. I need torches, really. It's my thing.
that's why Lars is going last is best.
Oh, we lost that.
Oh yeah. So, yeah. So
Nikolai, I can
What?
make it better for you.
I have some vision. I can see intelligence, as I've said before, but my normal sight, I still need torches. Any help will be appreciated, thank you.
I'd rather try to stay as little seen as possible, including light and torches. So I can give you powers.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
If anyone needs me, you can wake me up, but I suppose I will try to sleep tonight. I'd like to test something out personally, so time would be nice.
Go ahead. We have a lot of time right now.
Tons of it. Speaking of time,
Absolute.
Yep.
how long are you guys
Yeah.
going to wait before you go to bed? I just want to get that out of the way.
What time is it?
It is still quite early in the day. It is 2:30. Sun,
saying,
the sun
like-
will be gone around 4:30.
I'm saying like bedtime should be around like 8, 9.
Yeah. Wake up near the sun. Right
Wake
away.
up. Yeah, wake up at dawnish.
Mhm.
You know, right before the first cracks of light over a horizon, even without seeing the sun.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you want to wake up around 8 then.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
before we end the session, Lars will ask, because I want to leave on some sort of a cliffhanger, Lars will ask Gwen if she would like to go hunting to expend the extra energy that she looks like she has.
Nikolai would also ask if he can join that.
Of course I would.
What,
Just
what,
hope you can keep up.
what could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all. Nothing
Only
at all.
500
Nothing
feet
at all.
downstream from a massive obelisk of blood and malice.
Yep. So you guys are going to be taking that time before getting ready, because if you guys are trying to wake up right before dawn, which is 8, you're going to be going to bed around midnight. So you guys have, I don't know, basically the rest of the day to burn?
Yeah.
Okay. How long are you guys going to go out hunting for? You know what? Think about it. We'll talk about that next week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
So-
sort of cliffhanger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So you guys have a well-established camp built by the two wilderness experts that you have in the group. You are comfortable. You have stocked up on equipment before leaving the town. And not more than 500 feet away, I guess more than 500 feet away at this point, because you moved. No more than 600 feet away is one of the largest blood edifices you've seen so far, created by this unusual plague. Seated in the stony bank of the cold-flowing river beyond. Not wanting to face it today, several of you prepare to go hunting to gather food for what will be the coming days ahead. Not knowing exactly where this is going to take you. And that's where we're going to pick up next week. With the fun of, hunting and what you might stumble upon, and preparing for rest for the following day. Hoping that you actually get some sleep.
Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be nice. But don't worry, you're totally not setting yourselves up for a horror movie-esque session next week. Don't worry.
Probably not.
Not at all.
I'm counting on it.
Not D&D horror.
That being said, thanks to everyone who watched. Thank you to you guys for playing. I'm really looking forward to where this is going. Fun fact, we got 2 new follows today. We are 1 follow away from 50, which is the last milestone I need to get onto the next steps to partnership. So that's really exciting.
Hey.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, we're slowly trucking along, and this is before I've even done like the official like advertising push. So that's really cool. So yeah,
Exciting.
yeah. Tell your friends. Don't tell your friends yet. I have nothing up. It's all ugly. Don't tell your friends yet. Tell your friends later.
Ugly.
But then again, if you take longer to get in, then you've got like hours upon hours of content to catch up on to know exactly what's happening. So maybe not. I don't know. Anyway.
And also another game.
And also another game to watch, which is happening tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST. Because I hate myself. But I really love the game, so it balances out. It really does. Actually, slight plug for the game tomorrow. The group has literally found themselves trying to bait an otherworldly being that's been kidnapping children and eating the souls of people getting closer to figuring out what's happening. And they're trying to have the halfling pose as a child in a bed that it was hunting to try to bait them into the room so they can ambush it. And while you're already laughing at that, it gets even better because they are setting up cartoonish Home Alone traps all throughout the house.
Big brain.
Of which one includes a swinging wire attached to a hooded lantern filled with 2 flasks of oil and about 500 ball bearings attached with 2 alchemist flasks of fire, so that way when it swings down from the ceiling and hits them, it's not a paint can, it's an exploding grenade. And that's just one.
That is
Home Alone 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Guys,
Yeah.
I think we need to step up our game.
Yeah, so that's tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's when we become friends. We get step up our game. Everyone there is pretty much friends. Except
No, they're not. They're acquaintances. They're not friends.
We just started.
Business partner.
Yeah. That was it. They kind of know. They kind of like they started the game with pre-established connections, so some of their characters know each other, but they're not necessarily friends. That word is too nice.
That's just a me problem.
And one of them hates dogs, so...
And one of them absolutely hates dogs, which is funny because they've just been hauling around these 2 dogs with them for basically since the beginning of the game, and the dogs and the character have been mean-mugging each other back and forth the whole session. It's very funny.
Yeah.
It's a comedy of errors, which has a lot of which has a couple of serious moments in between. It's very enjoyable. I highly recommend watching when you get an opportunity to. And if you can't make it to the game, which is reasonable for some people because it's very early, there are VODs on YouTube. Both of you guys have your own playlist now. So yeah, that's cool. That's tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. PST. Be there, nerds, because I will. So. Otherwise, thanks for coming, thanks for watching, thanks for playing. Hopefully we get into some good stuff next week. And as always, stay frosty.
They frosty.
See,
Yeah.